Tell me straight up, up, up. I don't want it, no other way. No other way, other way. Tell me straight up, up, up. I don't want it, no other way. No other way, other way.
For Gilland is a dart away from victory and gets it for the real one moment of this match.
114 is taken out. That's how you do it. Double 10 to win it in style, to win it with a flashy finish.
Game shot of the match, Martington.
For the match, and an incredible way to go for 1, 2, 3.
With treble 12 involved. And that's a tough plus checker for Andy Hamilton.
Fine stops. 117 goes. Kennings 3-1 to the good.
The moulded ones, which are very popular now.
Game shot the first.
But that's magical from Justin Smith. 1-2-5.
Oh, what a finish that is from Bradley Roes.
Yeah, we love that. Bring it on, 2-2, and they're both at it.
Johnson took this out in the last game, and he goes ball for the 120, and he brilliantly executes it as well. Good morning and welcome along to a brand new series here at the Modus Super Series. Season 8 is about to begin in earnest, and less than a fortnight ago when Andreas Harrison picked up the jackpot from the grasp of Cam Crabtree, we go through it all again, and we're going to do it in the company of the asset Paul Nicholson. A brand new series brings brand new opportunities, and if it's anything like Series 7, we're in for one heck of a ride.
Yeah, I think we could be high averages in Series 7, and towards the end, Andreas just showed that if you're in form, great things can happen. And he's continued to do that in the Nordic and Baltic Tour this weekend, so congratulations to him. But now everybody resets, everybody revels in the fact that we've had a week off from series action and a great women's week. But now it's time to get going to see who's going to be the king of the summer, or indeed the queen.
There is so much to pack into the next few minutes or so. We'll begin by talking about Saturday evening when Rhian O'Sullivan lifted the title at Women's Week, getting the better of Fallon Sherrock in the final. Rhian's a player we've both been talking up very highly over the last couple of years, and it really did come to fruition at the weekend.
Yeah, I think you can see the surprise on Rhian's face there when she's lifting that trophy, and the pride in being able to do that, because let's face facts, when we announced the Women's Week, a lot of the footage that we put together was because we put Bo and Fallon on a bit of a pedestal to see if they can grasp this first Women's Week title. There were other contenders throughout the course of the week, and some great new faces to a lot of people like Kirsty Venikainen, so she did great. However, the fact that Rhian has come out on top over the course of the week shows you that the format means that you're never safe until you've got your fingerprints on the silverware. But there's more in the ladies' game than just Fallon and Bo, and that's great for the sport at the minute.
Well, Rhian actually lost her first game 3-0 on Saturday evening, but then we had that collision course match we thought was going to be the final, turned out to be a semi-final after Fallon Sherrock lost to Kirsty Venikainen in her first game. Sherrock then pulled out a masterclass against Greaves in the last four, with Rhian O'Sullivan getting the better of the Finn in her semi-final. Rhian O'Sullivan coming out the 3-2 victory. She is going to be also playing at the Modus Super Series in the main competition in due course. More information on that when it comes. Right, let's get into the crux of Series 8 then, shall we? Because it's such an intriguing series, a brand new series, and it's going to be the Swede, Andreas Harrison, who is looking to retain the crown.
I'll be fascinated to see if there's anybody else who can do what he's done. I'm not just talking about players. I'm talking about people from Scandinavia. We've been screaming for years for somebody to stand up and say, I'm the best player in Sweden or indeed in Scandinavia. This guy right now has got to be seen as the best player in Sweden. But I'm just saying to Sweden right now, can you do something off the back of this? Because this is a big story. When he won his first weekly title, we saw Anton Östlund as well, and Victor Tingström start to do bits as well. This is a battle cry to Scandinavia. You've been a heavyweight of world darts for 50 years. it's time for you to start kicking again off the back of this. But there are many, many stories coming over the next 12 weeks.
Well, we're going to see Andreas defend his crown in a few weeks' time, and it'll be interesting to see how he gets on in that defence. I know it's only day one. We don't know the full list of players, but who are the players in Series 8 to look out for, in your opinion?
One of them is playing today. Don't discount Tom Sykes. He'll be disappointed at the fact that he didn't make Champions Week in Series 7. He'll want to put that right. But as far as Cam Crabtree is concerned, he's now got unfinished business. He's been constantly drip-feeding us quality over the last couple of years. That astonishing debut, the fact that he won that weekly title after being put under pressure by his good friend Owen Bates. Now, after making a series final, just like Sykes, they will be wanting to go one better in Series 8 and make sure that they've got a crack at getting 2 titles before the end of the year. Because if you don't win Series 8, you're not going to have 2 titles, because Series 9 will be the final one of 2024.
Indeed, it will be. These are the players that are going to be in action the first week of Series 8. We're going to see a legend in action in Martin Adams, Tom Sykes, who came so close to lifting the jackpot in Series 6, and Bradley Roes in Group A. As far as Group B is concerned, Jeremy Kelly's played at a Champions Week before, as has Justin Smith. Andy Hamilton's had a very good start to 2024, while Stephen Johnson, the tenacious Scott's going to be in action alongside Martin Turner, who's been doing some good stuff on the WDF circuit. It's not a bad way to kickstart Series 8. There's a lot of perennial contenders, you'd say, in that mix.
There's a lot of different stories there, Henry. Stevie Johnston later in the week for me is the story of the week. I think twice now he has been so close at making Saturday night. He will come in here with ferocity, and he will come in with an attitude of, I will make Saturday come hell nor high water. And I think later in the week he could well be the story of the week. If he makes Saturday, he could do an awful lot. But as far as Group A is concerned, we've got strength. We've only got one debutant all week. Does that really tell us where the Super Series is going as far as the strength of the qualifiers in the ADC and ADC Europe are now? Because having one debutant at the start of week is rare.
So let's quickly touch upon that, because the ADC and ADC Europe have now become a key foundation to the Super Series. When Tom Sykes become an ADC qualifier and become a series finalist, Andreas Harrison represented ADC Europe and won the title a couple of weeks ago. How key have they been towards the success story of the Super Series in terms of seeing new stars emerge?
It has been important. It's easy for us to sit here and say that, but we need results and performances and characters to almost prove that it is the right thing to do. And nobody epitomised that more than Jimmy Van Schie in the previous series. ADC qualifier, he's going to be here in this series as well. And you saw the popularity of this guy when he walked through the door on the Saturday night. I just get the feeling that maybe he and Andreas have shown the way to some other people from their countries to see whether they can get success.
Well, let's skip back to this week and have a look and see what the bookies think about the action that we're going to see over the next 6 days. Tom Sykes goes off the bookmakers' favourite, perhaps not a surprise, at 7-2. Who there could be the player to cause the upset? Bradley Roes at 12-1 feels very big.
That jumps off the page. What is he doing at 12-1? He won a week in the previous series. He always makes a final when he comes here in a weekly sense. That is ridiculous. And as far as someone like Martin Turner, 14-1, that's a good bit of value. We're talking about someone who's got a decent level of performance, great deal of experience, and someone who's played on the WDF circuit a lot in the last 18 months. So it's easy to go for Justin Smith and Sykes. They've won weeks before, but my word, Bradley Roes, that is the value of the century on that page.
It's 18+, begambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today, or indeed throughout the course of Series 8. Right, let's get into the action then, shall we? And we kickstart a brand new series with an old-time legend in action. The 3-time Lakeside BDO World Champion, Martin Adams, kicks off his campaign to lift his first title underneath this roof. He takes on Chris Gilland, former semi-finalist at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. A fascinating way to kickstart proceedings for Series 8. And early one this morning, I caught up with Wolfie. Well, a new series couldn't begin without having a legend in the building, and Martin Adams is here on this Monday morning. Martin, great to see you again. How much looking forward to this week?
Yeah, I've been looking forward to it, yeah. I mean, it's been a bit quiet back home, but yeah, I mean, it gives you something to focus on and something to look forward to and get on with, you know.
Last time we saw you here, got to the semi-finals, lost out in the end to Jimmy Van Schie, but we saw some really good stuff from yourself last time.
Yeah, I can't complain, yeah, it went okay. Whether it'll go the same this time or not, I don't know. You know, one or two things have happened back home, but, we'll see how we go.
Over with the darts, is it a case of things go well at some point and just finding that consistency element?
Yeah, finding the consistency is a bit harder these days than it used to be. But, we keep trying and keep batting at it and, but we'll see how it goes.
It's a tough group this week, but the harder the challenge, the more you relish it, don't you?
Well, yeah, you don't want to play easy games all the time, do you? No, you want something to get your teeth into, shall we say.
Well, we look forward to watching you play this week, Martin. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
And so here we go again then. The 3-month process to crown a Modus Super Series champion begins in earnest once more. And it sees a man who threw the very first dart in this building, Martin Adams, in action against Chris Gilland. A battle of England and Northern Ireland to kickstart the series. Gilland, now aged 41, made it through to the BDO World Championships in 2018. The Ginger Ninja is hoping to, prove quite fruitful this week. He's taken a little bit of a time out since his last appearance here, but in fine fettle ahead of his return up against Martin Adams. Well, his career, his stats, his numbers. Well, we've said it all so many times before. The 3-time leg side champion, now 67 years of age, but that fire and determination to win still shines as brightly. Still realistic about where he is in terms of his career. Very much an enjoyment phase, but that burning will to win will never wilt from the Wolf. Well, it should be an exciting series, and I'm so happy to kickstart it
First
in the
leg,
company
it's Chris to
of
throw
Paul
first.
Nicholson in the commentary box.
Game
Jack
on.
Garwood will call the first dart in earnest in Series 8.
Yeah, let's get cracking with the first lap then. And the first person to throw darts in Series 8 will be Gilly. And he has a very long setup, doesn't he?
50.
They don't really look like darts. They look like arrows that Robin Hood would fire from his bow. But as far as Martin is concerned, you're absolutely right. This is the enjoyment phase of his career.
59.
There's no real pressure on him anymore. And that's twofold as well, Henry, because I don't think he's putting pressure on himself, and I don't think anybody else is either.
60.
We aren't. We're just happy to still have him here. And on a very poignant day in sport, what we should all do is look around and value who is still with us. After the tragic passing of Rob
41.
Burrow over the weekend, we should all say thank you to that guy for his heroics, and we should have a renewed sense of value of the people around us. And when Martin is around here,
55.
we're very grateful to still have him.
Yeah, he's a player that we very much try and cherish as much as we possibly can. How many times do we say about legends of sport? We just never know when's the last time they're going to
100.
walk out into an arena, and we should cherish every single moment of the player like Martin. And we do have a few of them here at the Super Series. Well, but Thornton, a player who's done so well in his career, but heading towards his twilight. This could be a highlight for
140.
Gillian. He's just wrestled the ascendancy of this first leg.
Let's face facts, you can't exactly miss Chris today. Two things can be seen from the International Space Station today. One's the Great
80.
Wall of China. The other one is Gilly's shirt. That is bright. Don't look directly at it.
Yeah, it looks like Chris is off to referee under 14's cup final following the conclusion of today's play.
58.
And if you are on Martin Adams' shirt count this week, this is shirt number 1. I'm sure we're going to get the It's 5 o'clock somewhere shirt and
58.
some of the
Chris, you require
charity shirts, which he has
138.
been donning a lot over the last few seasons.
Gilland's got 6 from here to take out the first leg, with Adams heading down towards
80.
the 19s, and he's going to return for a single to double combo.
Yeah, best of 7 legs in every match that you'll see today. 15 matches, 5 per player.
100.
So we're back to
Chris, you
usual
require 58.
Super Series format after playing best of 5 last week in Women's Week. This is double top for Gilly. And
48.
an early chance to break for
Martin,
Martin.
you require 63.
Someone who uses the treble 13 maybe more than most, because he goes that route for 79.
47.
And Gilland, who gets these
Christian
darts to land
required
quite
10.
flat. I feel he's got to be quite aggressive with this shot. And he was. And it is a shot at double 2 to take this first leg. Slow
Shot
start,
on
but a winning
first
start
leg, Chris Gilland.
for the sole player from Northern Ireland here this week, because we do have a few countries
Second
represented.
leg, it's
In
Martin
fact,
to throw
5
first. Game on.
of the 6 nations that will go up against each other quite soon, Henry.
Yeah, Chris Gilland's going to be a part of that Northern Ireland squad, which will be playing that Six Nations tournament in the Republic in Galway
30.
in a few weeks' time. I promise not to burst into Ed Sheeran.
Thank goodness for that. Yeah,
85.
but Gilland, who has got a perfect record of making Saturdays here in Portsmouth, still hasn't got that weekly win, which leads us to that eternal conversation of
97.
who are the best players not to have won a week here in Portsmouth. And Adams, alongside Thornton, they've got to be top of the list. But if we're going behind those two legends of the sport,
90.
Gilliland, based on the way he's played with us the last 2 or 3 years, because he was in our previous studio as well, he's got to be in the top 10.
We have seen
135.
an Irish winner, a multiple Irish winner in Neil Duff here in the past. Won our double start specials week, didn't he, as well, on top of his couple of weekly
140.
In fact, he's won 3 weekly titles, although the second time he did win a weekly title, he couldn't play at the subsequent Champions League because of commitments already made with the
140.
World Seniors Tour to play at the World Championship at the Circus Tavern. But there's a good reports from Martin Adams in leg 2, leaving himself on 99 after a dozen darts.
78.
Well, he's got the right weather for a
Martin, you
99.
require
It's
99.
rather warm outside. But this is a darting 99. He's going to go for the 60. He's not going to go for tops. It's not the way he rolls.
41. Chris, you require 108.
So many routes for this. Depends on which double you want to leave. That route gives you essentially 2 options left. 48 or 60. I think he may have changed his mind there.
60.
No,
Martin,
Adams
you
has a
require
chance
58.
at the checkout that Gilly missed in leg 1. Can he find double 10?
Game shot.
That he
second
can
leg,
for an
Martin
improved leg
Adams.
2.
Well, you mentioned the Six Nations, which
Third
takes place in a
leg, it's
couple of
Chris to
weeks'
throw
time.
first.
These
Game
are the
on.
teams that will be playing for the respected trophy for England. 5 male players, 3 female players per team.
140.
Scott Mitchell, our good friend, who's in the commentary box on Saturday. He captains the side alongside Tom Sykes, so we're going to see in action next against Michael Burgoine. Paul Milford, very good player down in the southwest. Chaz Barstow, who we've seen here on many an occasion.
100.
And, well, you can't have a team without having Cam Crabtree in proceedings, whilst the women will have Dieter Hebman, Steph Clark and Paige Pauling. Northern Ireland will be skippered by Neil Duff with Barry Copeland,
81.
Richard Domlott, Chris Gilliland and Darryl Lowry in action with Kaylee O'Neill, Grace Crane and Helen Dunn for the female team. The Netherlands, well, this is a really strong side. Wesley Plazier, Denny Oldercoulter, Ron Meulenkamp, Aliane
30.
Kontum and Alexander Merckx, Nolan van Leuven, Desir van Giel and Aletta Raya. Whilst for Scotland, the men will be captained by Colin Mirror, Scott Campbell we've seen here before, Scott Robertson, Danny Truman, Neil McDowell for the men. You get the sense that's not
80.
the strongest 5 that they could have picked. That's not disrespect to the players that are there. Susanna McGimpsey will captain the women with Christine and Lorraine Hyde. Wales will be captained by Lou Bevan with Sam Cankett, Mark Challenger, Sean Fisher and Terry Nash.
140.
Rhiannon O'Sullivan, Leanne Topper and Eve Watson will be representing the women. Whilst for the Republic, Adrian Devine, the captain, Gerard McGlynn, Michael Flynn, Connie Heenahan and Dean Finn. with Robin Byrne, the captain of the women, alongside Caroline Breen and Katie Sheldon.
84.
Of those teams, the Netherlands have got to be favourites, especially for the men's title. That men's squad is very, very strong,
44.
especially with
Chris, you require
Mühlenkamp,
116.
with Mertz, and with the others, including the former world master, Mr. Plaisir. This is tops for Gilly.
76.
We are inching closer to quality in this match. Bit of a slow start, better second leg. Third leg is better still.
Still the reigning World Masters champion until October, Wesley Plaisir.
But it just doesn't feel like it, does it? Because it feels like an
137.
age since
Chris,
that
you
tournament
require 40.
was held. But it will be taking place later this year in Hungary.
Game shot on a
And
third
16
leg,
darts is the
Chris
best leg we've
Gilland.
had so far in this match. And that's what you've just seen.
Yeah, you get the sense that the Dutch and the
Fourth
English
flag,
teams
it's Martin
look
to throw first.
pound for pound the strongest, although I like the look of the Republic of Ireland team for the women's event.
I think sometimes it's about preparation, isn't it? If you can get a week like this under your belt ahead of a challenge like that,
60.
it can give you so much sharpness. But you're trying to tell me, and I'm not going to get all political when it comes to selection here, but a Republic of Ireland team without Kieran Tian.
85.
Come on.
Heenahan and Tian should be the first two on the list. And John O'Shea. There's no John O'Shea in that Republic team either.
I don't know if that's by
100.
choice. And we don't know about Kieran's circumstances, but I know he's a very proud Irish player.
I think you can make the same argument for Scotland as well. It's a big surprise not to see Jim
54.
McEwen in that squad, for example.
It all depends on what these players do en route to the selectors in tray. But that England team is
100.
rather good. Mitchell, Sykes, Crabtree, Barstow, and Millie as well. Wow. Good luck to Paul Milford. He can play. He is good.
140.
Apparently, he's been eating Owen Bates up for breakfast, practicing down in the southwest.
It's not the first time that Millie's played for England as well. He's played for them before.
108.
First 180 of the series goes to the man who almost built this place with us. What a shock that it's Wolfie who gets the first maximum
130.
of the
Martin, you
2024
require
second
61.
series of the year. 61 for 2-2 then.
One dart at double 16 for Adams.
45.
Doesn't go, and so Gilland's going to get the break chance here on 92 to move himself 3-1 up, and he'd then have the darts to see the match through. We'll go the bullseye, we'll pay Martin the ultimate compliment, but then misses the big number with dart 2, and so Adams is going to return with 3 in hand at double 8 to square this contest up.
44. Martin, you require
I think there could be a
16.
few games that will go the distance today. I have a feeling this one will do just that. But it does depend on this.
8.
Just on the wrong side of
Chris,
the
you
wire for
require
Martin means that
48.
Gilly does get a chance of breaking the throat. Double top. Well, it's wide. It's not in the way.
Game shot on the fourth flag, Chris Gilland.
And that puts Gilly on the hilly for game 1 of the series.
Fifth flag, it's Chris to throw first. Game on.
I'm not even sure anybody calls him Gilly, you know, but I do. Sometimes I get a bit tongue twisted with his surname because there's a lot of L's in there.
80.
But the most famous Gilly was Gilchrist, wasn't it? Fabulous keeper, left-handed batsman, and he would whack that ball for miles. So exciting to watch Adam Gilchrist.
95.
Good broadcaster these days as well, back in Australia.
Yeah, most of them are.
Yeah, miss Shane Warne during a test match summer. He was class.
100.
Him and Bumble, that was a real good combination.
I wonder if we're going to get any Australian dart players in this series. I wonder. We're not going to let any cats out of bags. But
60.
between now and the end of the year, we've got 2 more series for you. And there are big things happening in World Darts in the next few weeks, including the PDC World Cup at the end of the month in
19.
Frankfurt. There's a European Tour event in Leverkusen in Germany a couple of weeks before that. And that's right in the middle of the Euros.
134.
So there's going to be darts and football on in Germany in the same week. That's going to be fun. As well as another week here, which will be littered with talent. And as I get on my pedestal, just once
42.
on this Monday morning, not a great deal of PDC ranked action over the next few weeks. 4 Players' Championships and 1 Euro Tour before the match play.
36.
And that is 6 weeks away. I find that quite surprising.
I did enjoy those couple of years in that COVID period where you had 4 Players' Championships right before the match play cut off.
100.
It added an extra dynamic, didn't it? Particularly for the match play.
Yeah. The summer series back in 2020 saw some great stories. Devin Peterson started to kick in round about then. Ryan Joyce got his first title. I just wonder if there's a way we can just get a bit more ranked action over the summer, because it's not a great deal. That's a great second dart from Chris.
84.
Adams is under pressure to hit this now. If he doesn't, he runs the risk of losing his first game of the series. 25 and bull, maybe. Can he get past it?
51.
He could have. He
Chris
just misses out.
76.
And Gilland has his first chance of 2 points in his first game of the series.
It's 2 in hand at double 8.
60.
And perhaps it would have been fitting if the
Martin,
first
you
game of
require
Series 8 was
25.
won on double 8. Could be saved on that double.
Game shot on
And
the
it
5th
is.
flag, Martin Adams.
The series has been won on double 8, of course, by Raymond Smith.
6th flag, it's
Just
Martin
over a
to
year
throw
ago.
first. Game on.
Whilst we talk about the subject of Australian players at the Super Series, don't have to look that disgusted about the topic of conversation, Chris. There will be an ADC Oceanic player playing at the Super Series
45.
soon, because ADC Oceania is having an event in Perth, Western Australia, on June the 28th, 29th and the 30th. There's a $10,000 prize pool on offer, with the highest money winner, so on that order merit over the
100.
weekend. They will get a spot playing at the Modus Super Series here in Portsmouth later on in 2024. So we are going to have ADC Oceanic representation at the Live Lounge in the not too distant future.
140.
Sounds good to me. We have seen Australian representation in the past, of course, from the likes of Jeremy Fagg,
95.
Robbie King, Raymond Smith, and a few others. And there's a big tournament happening in Australia this week, isn't there? The Australian Masters in Geelong
60.
is one of possibly the 2 biggest WDF ranked events in their calendar. The other one, the Australian Grandmasters in Canberra. But this one this weekend is monstrous.
56.
And very big congratulations over the weekend to Mal Cumming, who's played here before. He won the Canterbury Open over the weekend. So well done, Mal.
121.
He was a popular player when he was here last time out. Him and Robbie King really did light up the stage. Do you remember when him and Jared Cole played a game of cricket during the Ashes?
That was good fun. We should do that again.
I think Jared's still
40.
dying on cringe.
Martin, you require 135.
I think Gilly might be cringing at the fact that he might have to go all the way to leg 7 after having 2 darts to win the match 4-1.
68.
Adams looking to square this game up at 3 apiece as this game enters its 19th minute.
60. Martin, you require 67.
Expect this week tradition from Wolfie. He's not going to do anything the fancy way. And unfortunately for him, he's just handed Chris a bonus chance of winning the match.
27.
Because he didn't get a
Chris,
double
you
from
require
67.
150.
Which is an error. Chances on. Double 15.
120.
That's now 3 darts
Martin,
for the
you
match that he's
require
missed in
40.
2 different legs. Adams is using up lives.
It's on a
He
sick
may be the
flag.
wolf,
Martin
but he's
Adams.
behaving like a black cat.
7th and final leg. It's Chris to throw first. Game on.
So often we see the campaign in Group A over the 3 days from Monday to Wednesday. It's the first game that sets the tone.
And for only the
90.
second time in Super Series history has the first ever game of a series gone all 7 legs. The only other tie to do so was when Jim McEwen got the better of James Hovell by 4 legs to 3, and that was a high quality encounter. Both players
42.
averaging mid to late 90s in that affair. In matter of fact, one of the top 10 quickest games of all time at the Super Series was a first game of a series. It was when Danny Lauby dispatched a Moreno Blonde by
97.
4 legs to 1 in about 8 minutes flat.
Yeah, Blom played pretty well in the Netherlands last week, didn't he? Ryan Joyce found out how good Moreno
100.
Blom was in about 10 minutes. But then it was the Geordie revenge as Chris Dobie bageled Blom in Rosmarlin on the Saturday night. No bagel
60.
here, though, from the 9:35 game.
Am I one of those that subscribe to the match of I'd love to see Moreno Blonde back here at the Super Series soon?
Form doesn't lie. He's won WDF ranked
70.
events in his career. He's got 4 now. So when he's in form, he's quick, he's exciting. I see no reason why he doesn't come back.
Maybe we'll see the Dutchman here at the
100.
Super Series in the not too distant future, but in the present here and now, Gilland has left himself on 154 to take the spoils in this opening match of the series. Has Sperm. Match starts as
43.
the Irishman, but he's going
Chris,
to
you
get
require
a number here. He's going to have
154.
6 from here to get the job done.
Just got to tidy things up here.
92.
And that's exactly that. The last thing he wanted to do was leave himself languished on a high two-digit number with Adams bearing down.
140.
And that was always going to happen.
Chris, you require 62.
Get rid of this game, Chris, because you're running the risk of losing it if you do not hit this double.
To eventually get over the line. Tots for Gilland. Tots
shot.
is sacked
And
for
the match,
Gilland.
Chris
And he
Gilland.
picks up the first win of Series 8. He gets the better of Martin Adams by 4 legs to 3. So Gilland in the winners enclosure. That the tail of the tape. Coming up after the break, Tom Sykes takes on Michael Burgoine. Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where the first game of Series 8 is in the can as Chris Gilland gets the better of Martin Adams in a last leg decider 4-3 to kickstart Series 8 here at the Modus Super Series. And we have a former grand finalist in action in Game 2. Tom Sykes takes to the hallowed stage once again. He takes on the Burger Boy, Michael Burgoine, who is hoping to be hungry for success here at the live lounge. Sykes, who made it through to Champions Week Series 6, just missed out last time, did the Castleford Tiger, and he is hoping to be back at the big occasion. Up against Michael Burgoyne, the 38-year-old from Bedford, made it through to the UK Open
First round. It's Tom to throw first.
He's got the tick of approval on the back of the shirt. Is he going to get the seal of approval here?
Well, let's face it, he's up against it, because this is one of the finds of the Modus Super Series in the last year. Welcome to Series 8, Tom. It's all downhill from there.
41.
I'm only joking. But this guy, I am seriously impressed by. What more can we possibly say
44.
about unearthing talent here in Portsmouth? And we've lauded Littler and him winning the Premier League and getting to the World Final and all that kind of stuff.
95.
Maybe we can take a little bit of credit for that. But let's dig deeper. What we want to do here is we want to unearth
59.
talent through the ADC. And we want to find the next stars. Tom Sykes is one of them.
140.
But don't forget about people like Michael. People who have got really good local reputations around places like Bedford and Northampton and around that
43.
region just north of London. They come here and they think, this is my chance. That's what this is about. People having a
87.
chance to put themselves out there to be better than they ever thought they could be.
And for Tom, it's been a whirlwind 10 months or so since he made his debut here. He didn't actually qualify for the finals at his first attempt, but he did win an ADC belt, and since then he's kicked on from strength to strength, and he's going to get an opportunity here to take out the opening leg with Burgoyne unable to take out the 138. May just be a dart of the bullseye, could be more. It's going to be two in hand, a double 12. Taken as expected. Sykes is up and running.
Looks sharp, doesn't he? It's no wonder he's going to be part of that England team.
Second leg, it's Michael to throw first.
And a really interesting piece of scheduling from Tom Sykes here this week, because there are Challenge Tour events later this week. And he's one of the players in the top 20 of the averages on the Challenge Tour. And I get the feeling that when you look at it that way, he's prioritised this over Challenge Tour. That's how much he wants to win a series here in Portsmouth
60.
Before possibly moving to the Pro Tour in the next 12 months, because I can seriously see him on the tour next year.
Well, there's a reason probably as to why he's decided to not play, because he's only picked up money in one of the 10 Challenge Tour events in 2024. He's currently tied for 116th on the Challenge Tour order of merit, which is a massive surprise when you consider the
100.
vast quality that Tom possesses.
He's got the luxury now of being able to choose different
94.
places to go. As for Michael, been around a while. Very tidy
95.
player. His mission this week is very simple. Because the last time he was here, in week 5 of the previous series, he finished last in Group A and last in Group C. I think going through those 5 days will have been invaluable.
Tom,
he will be more prepared for this than he was before.
Double 16. The issue Burgoyne's got here is he's running into Tom Sykes that's building up ahead of steam. That's a 15 darts, so that's a breaker throw. 2 pop-pop combinations and a 2-0 lead for Tom Sykes.
Third leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
Focused, business-like. And the Burger Army Well, they better look away, because that's the third leg in succession that Tom Sykes has kicked off of a max. His average moves up to 98.5. We're watching a very good player produce some very good things right here, right now.
100.
I think he's enjoying this game. There was a little smile on his face there. It's only 2 and a bit legs in. I wonder. Sometimes he's
41.
very hard to read, but not there. He's got something on his mind this week, hasn't he? I think he's keen to get a perfect leg. Not just
58.
yet, Tom, but you're going to have plenty of chances.
He was relishing the opportunity of hitting a 9-dart leg against the Burger Boy.
60.
Now I'm going to ask this question of every person this week. What's your favourite burger, Henry?
60.
Short answer or long answer?
Just an answer would be good.
Nice beef burger, cheese, bacon,
55.
lettuce. No tomatoes, not tomato man. Red onion. Maybe a little bit of burger sauce on there. Brioche bun.
140.
Well, check you out. It's got to be a brioche bun. No tomato. Get out.
However, I don't mind a good Big Mac.
Other double-tiered burgers are available.
95. Michael, you
No
require
tomato. I'm going to get that on the back of a dart shirt for you. Henry, no tomato boy Deacon. 143 is not going to go for the burger boy. I have to get to the bottom of why he's called that, actually. I wonder if he's a bit like
87.
his namesake, Pete
Tommy
Burgoine.
requires 70.
A guy who can apparently munch more crisps than most. Double 16 for Sykes again.
54.
And Burgoyne will
Michael, you
surely
require 56.
get his first dart at double here.
Looking for a crisp finish. But he can't get
16.
his teeth
Tom, you require
into this contest
16.
as of yet, and so Sykes will come back for 3-0.
Game shot on the third
Very,
leg.
very good.
Tom Sykes.
I know his average is somewhat decreased a bit in that leg, but he
Fourth
looks
leg. It's
imposing on
Michael
that
to throw
stage.
first. Game on.
Sykes leads 3-0. If you look at Tom's scoring power pack, there's no ton pluses, there's no 140 pluses, but there's 3 maximums in there.
That is so funny.
137.
That does not happen every day. I assure you of that. Is it going to change now?
135.
That's the first leg he hasn't kicked off with a max. But that tells you another story within itself. He's starting legs well with the maximums, but then it's taken a little bit
85.
longer than he would have wanted to get to a finish, as we see the Pete Burgoine mascot. It's a toy burger which has the
96.
phrase, "Your bun in a million."
That's fabulous. I love to see stuff like that. Do we know who gave that to him?
We'll get to the bottom of that particular answer.
100.
Because that'll probably make that story even better. As far as darting mascots are concerned, that is up there. I love stuff like that.
100.
My favourite burger is a lamb burger with wilted garlic spinach.
59. Tom, you require 170.
Well, it wasn't going to be something from the kebab shop, was it? Oh, this would be some way to finish it. The fish to beat the burger boy.
145. Michael, you require 120.
Now, does he go for the 60 or the 2 bulls? Because Tom knows a thing or two about the 2 bulls, doesn't he?
40. Tom, you require 25.
Well, this to wrap up what has been a proficient performance from Sykes, average of 91.34, and double 8 to get over the line and to seal a 4-0 success.
9. Michael, you require 80.
With that lie, he was expectant of getting that first 2 points of the week. He's going to have to wait until now. I was just about to say it for another chance, but the chance comes right away with that missed single from Michael.
40. Tom, you require
If the truth be
16.
told, it's been one-way traffic in this particular contest. Sykes looking to run out the winner by pinning double 2 now.
12.
But the fallibility has come
Michael,
when the
you
finishing
require
line has
40.
approached. And Burgoine is going to come back. He's only had 2 darts of the double in this match. He's going to get 3 more here.
2 5s.
35. Tom, you
And
require
Sykes does
4.
return for Desmond.
4 points away from a 4-0 win.
Big shot.
And
And the
eventually
match,
Sykes
Tom
gets over the
Sykes.
line at the 7th time of asking. He gets the better of Michael Burgoine by 4 legs to 0. The former finalist is up and running with a win, a comprehensive one, a 4-0 success for Tom Sykes. Coming up after the break, we're going to see the only debutant this week, the Dutch player Revelino Dubois, up against a player who made it through the Champions Week last time out. The value bet at 12-1 to win the week, Bradley Roes. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the former grand finalist Tom Sykes has got his campaign for Series A up and running with a 4-0 win against Michael Burgoine, who was Michael Burgoine in the space of around about 8 minutes. Next up for us, we're going to see Bradley Roes, who made it through to a Champions Week last time out, up against debutant Revelino Dubois, fellow Dutch player. These two know each other from the local circuits they've been playing over the last couple of years. Bradley, a player that we've become accustomed to on this stage, but what about Revelino, who makes his debut on this stage? 20 years of age, from Purmerend, which is just on the outskirts of Amsterdam. Throws with a Raul John Rodriguez dart. Qualified by making it through to the semi-finals of the Benelux Masters, which was a tournament which was ran by the ADC in Europe just
First
before
leg,
Christmas.
it's Revelino to throw
Bradley
first.
Roes, he's a
Game
twice
on.
World Youth Champion, the most notable of which was at the Lakeside a couple of years ago. But this is Revelino's time to shine.
41.
And Dubois land the knockout blow to Bradley Roes.
According to the back of the shirt, we should call him Revy. Okay.
59.
Sounds very fast. I'll tell you what's very fast. Someone else from Purmerend who plays darts, a certain Vincent van der Voort.
81.
And he gets on with it, doesn't he, old Revy? But I'm not going to let this slip by because Revelino, what a name that is.
137.
We've got some pretty normal names in darts, haven't we? We've got, Andy Smith and Jeff Smith and Ross Smith
100.
and Michael Smith. Then you get something like this and you think, well, that's a bit fancy. Revelino Dubois? That sounds like an alter ego. I love it.
92.
The question is Revy going to revel in the live lounge environment over the next few days?
Time will tell. I think this might be the right
26.
time for him to discover where his game is at, because he hasn't been playing darts that long. And the fact that he's got someone that he knows well with him for the first 3 days, I think, is
100.
a massive thing.
We'll talk a little bit more about Bradley in the next leg. He's first to leave a finish against the throat.
44.
Solid start for
Bradley require 113.
the twice former World Youth Champion in different codes. Going to find trouble 19 with Dart 2, but
93.
upon his return is going to leave himself on double 10.
Now, that's the first star that Revy's looking for.
140.
First time this
Bradley
week someone's tried to leave
20.
29. It might not be the last. This guy's just so tidy, isn't he?
Game
You
shot on the
don't
first
win
leg.
weeks here
Bradley
without
Roes.
having stuff in the locker. And Bradley Roes at 12-1 for the week.
Second leg. It's Bradley to throw
I've
first.
just got to ask
Game
why.
on.
It's not like he's not in form. But remember, over 18s only, BigGambleAware.org for more information, and gamble responsibly on everything this week that you choose to have a flutter on.
57.
But I think as far as this group is concerned, it's about Roes and Sykes.
24.
Agreed. And I just want to touch upon where Bradley's at in his career, because we've seen over the last 12 months, we've seen a player which at times, and
58.
he'd admit this himself, the first time he came here, maybe was a little bit petulant at times, maybe got himself too involved in contests, but we've seen mature into
43.
a real fine player. But I get the sense that Bradley's getting from the point of prospect and potential to perennial and contender.
97.
Time will tell. And they're both applying their trade at the minute on the development tour, but at a little bit of a different level at the minute.
100.
Revelino's just figuring that stuff out at the minute, having played a little bit last year and a little bit this year. Whereas Roes, who is very close to the top 32 in
60.
the averages, I think his next step is to become one of the hot
82.
players on that circuit. To maybe start doing what Wessel Nyman is doing on a regular basis. Get up there, constantly make quarters, semis and finals, and even
100.
winning tournaments. That is the next step for Bradley. And playing here on a regular basis is definitely going to help that.
60. Bradley require 129.
He's got the luxury of going whatever route he wants.
Forty-nine.
That hasn't quite worked out. So he's still got a bit more approach work to do when he comes back. And he is going to be under pressure
108.
as Revelino gets his first maximum here in Portsmouth.
Bradley
And
require
a fine
80.
time to get it as well. Double 10.
Game shot on a
That's
second
why
leg.
he's so
Bradley
good.
Roes.
Because when he was put under pressure, he just got rid of it immediately.
Whereas 2-0
Third leg. It's
to the
Revelino to
good. You
throw
mentioned his
first.
form on the Challenge
Game
Tour
on.
in terms of that particular order of merit as he reached the halfway point of the year. Coming 36th in the Dev Tour order of merit.
59.
On the same amount of money, incidentally, as Bo Greaves, £1,200 he's picked up on that particular tour in 2024.
60.
In the last set of development tours, his best
55.
performance was a last 32. Wasn't at his best, and he'll be the first to admit that when you have a look at his numbers in that particular set of development tours. Did make a quarter-final early one this year. Turns out his nemesis is a certain Cameron Crabtree.
57.
Although, in fairness, Mr. Crabtree's been doing some damage against a lot of people.
43.
Hasn't got to worry about Cam this week. He's not here.
60.
But we do have players coming in later in the week who could cause a lot of damage. Stevie Johnston in Group C. My word, has he got an agenda.
58.
We'll get onto that in due course. Martin Turner and Jack Mail. Two people looking for their first Saturday night here in Portsmouth.
100.
Can't be underestimated,
Bradley
but Group
require
B this week is
160.
stacked. Kelling, Justin Smith, and Andy Hamilton, all who have been to multiple Saturdays in their career here in Portsmouth,
100.
will look to do more.
Revelino, you require 170.
This would be somewhere to get your first check out. It's not going to be, as Bradley's got a chance of 3-0, the same way that
84.
Tom Sykes
Bradley
was
requires
cruising
60.
in game 2.
I think it says a lot about the progression of Bradley. He's averaging 83, and it's... Doesn't even feel like a B game for him, but he's just going through the gears. But he
40.
can't move into a 3-0 lead
Revelino,
as
you
of yet.
require
Dubois
86.
may just get a dart of the bullseye on the back of the 86, but it's the first tangible chance he has had at a finish. Cannot recover a dart 2, and so
76.
Roes is going to have 3 in hand, a double 10 to move
Bradley
3-0
require
to
20.
the good. Dubois leaving himself on double 4 following that last visit.
Game shot on a
That
third
double
leg.
10's been pretty
Bradley
good to him,
Roes.
hasn't it? 3 legs, 3 hits, move on.
It's that much of a
Full
magnet, he couldn't even
flag.
take
It's
it out the
Bradley
board.
to throw first. Game on.
Now, Dubois is it's a French surname, isn't it? It might have a little bit of Belgian in it.
134.
Worked pretty well for Daniel on Saturday night against Hergovich. Looks like he's going to get a crack at Anthony Joshua next.
140.
But when I look at Revelino, that is a very hip look he's got going on, isn't it? He almost looks like a Stranger Things character.
108.
He's got that hipster look, but it almost looks as if he's from the 80s, which has got my vote.
60.
I think they use the same hair product as well, but with slightly different effects. And that's what I want from dart players. You may think differently,
58.
everybody watching on YouTube, but I want all these players to look different. I don't want them to be on some sort of conveyor belt. The same haircut, the same dart shirt, the
60.
same shoes.
Bradley
Everybody
require 129.
should come here with one thing in mind. Be yourself. And this is Bradley just doing what he does.
89.
And he has plotted his way through this game expertly. Only affording Revelino
43.
the opportunity of
Bradley
leaving a
require
double.
40.
For the match, double 10. Again a friend? Yes,
Game
is the
shot and the
answer.
match.
And Bradley
Roes.
Roes gets up and running with a 4-0 victory. It was a business-like performance from the precocious Dutchman. In the end, the average was just under 85. We know he's got more gears to go, but that just says the quality of him, that he has got a B game which can stand up to a standard. A 4-0 win for Roes. And round number 2 he's going to kick off after the break. And we're going to watch the 3-time Lakeside champion Martin Adams in action up against a man who came so close to lifting the big title here in Tom Sykes. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we completed the first round of fixtures on the first day of Series 8. And before the break, Bradley Roes got the better of Revelino Dubois by 4 legs to nil. Average of 84.68, 4 from 9 on the doubles. A proficient performance from him. But one of the standout performances of round 1 came from Tom Sykes. A 4-0 success against the Burger Boy, Michael Burgoine, 4-0. He takes on Martin Adams, who lost out in the last leg, decided to quiz Gilland in his first round of fixtures. Sykes, who looked steady in that particular contest, hit 3 maximums but missed 6 match starts while getting over the line with dart number 7 to win the contest, which is why his average went down from a base of 92 to about 82. About 10 points were dipped from the averages in that one. He looks in fine fettle. Martin Adams always in good fettle, always in good form. But what we're going to see from the 3-time Lakeside champion here.
I think we may be at that stage where
45.
we do wonder how many more years Martin will play. Because he would freely admit that he's not getting any younger.
100.
Playing these sorts of weeks, it is getting harder. But if one thing we have learned from Gary Anderson over the last couple of years is that if you can pace yourself practice-wise correctly, there's no reason why you can't elongate your career just a little bit longer. Now, if you look at the way that Anderson played at the recent European Darts Grand Prix, which he won against Ross Smith in the final,
140.
His practice was minimal. He practiced how much he needed to just shake off the cobwebs and get loose. I think Martin's going to be the same in the practice room here this week. I think reps
96.
will be minimal downstairs so he can be fresh for when he's on that stage against people like this. Well, he's going to have to be sharp if he wants to get 2 points.
140.
There's a saying, isn't there, in the modern world of work, don't work hard, work smart. I feel that's a phrase that will apply to Martin in respect of knowing when the right time to do
100.
things are. Well, Sykes is doing all the right things from the get-go here, and he's threatening the break of throw. Haven't had a ton plus finish so far on this Monday morning. It could change here. It will change here. Sykes pins the ball for the 1-2-1 to get us up and running in the ton plus department in Series 8.
Second leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
I think we've gone past the point as well where this is seen as a changing of the guard
99.
game. Because we're talking about arguably the greatest England captain playing against one of the newest members of the cream of the crop in England in that system.
100.
Who's to say that Tom Sykes isn't an England captain in the future? But I sneakily suspect that he might not be playing for England much longer. I think he's destined for PDC Tour stuff, and he's got the levels and the desire to do that. It's just a question of when, not if.
Well, you can make the argument that if Scott Mitchell isn't in that lineup, he'd have a very, very good shout at being the England captain. As a matter of fact, there's probably, out of the 5 players in that England side, and this is not a disrespect to Paul Milford, who's been around the block for a long time, you can see 4 of those players actually assuming the mantle. I'm including the 20-year-old kid in that mix.
58.
I can see Mitchell being the captain for 2 or 3 more years. I think he's the right person for the job.
Well, we both have the pleasure of sitting with him in these seats in the commentary box, and his unerring passion
100.
for that shirt is still there, burning as brightly as it ever has been.
But have you noticed that Sykes is just ticking boxes
89.
as he continually climbs up the ladder? ADC, here, county, international, tournament wins, here and in other arenas. That's next.
60.
That's where you got to start making your presence felt.
115.
You can't just be a good county and Super Series player. You've got to be a good tournament player if you want to go somewhere. And that is definitely next. That could be 2025's mission.
Well, we now
42.
place Tom on a
Martin
very
Uruguay,
high pedestal. We judge him
121.
by very high standards. We've always judged this man by high standards, but he's not going to do what Sykes did in the previous leg and pin the 121 out. Sykes back for 2-0 lead and hasn't yet dropped a leg so far today. This would be for
23.
6 in a row for the
Tommy
Castleford
requires
Tiger.
73.
Double top.
Game shot on his second
He's
leg.
cracking on
Tom
for sure.
Sykes.
And at which stage do we say that it's possible
Third leg. It's
that he
Martin
could
to throw
win?
first. Game on.
20 legs from 20. If you think I'm crazy in saying that, look back at a recent women's series event where Burgoine did not lose a leg all tournament. It is possible.
96.
Well, Fallon Sherrick on Thursday night won 12 out of the 13 legs she played. She nearly went through a whole session without dropping a leg.
57.
That's quite incredible, isn't it?
Ironically, the only leg she lost that night was to the player who didn't win a game all night, in Lorraine Winstanley.
I'm sure Lorraine's going to thank you for reminding her of that.
100.
Yeah,
think
sorry,
that-
Lorraine.
I think Women's Week was a fantastic advert for the women's game, and I am positive we're going to do that again.
100.
But what fascinates me even more is that when Rhiannon O'Sullivan is part of this series, how she fares. Because lady players have made Saturday nights in the shape of Sherrick and Greaves.
35.
I wonder if she can put her hat in that ring.
Can I
Time
be
will tell.
Can I be boastful again?
I think you're going to anyway.
97.
I spent about 2 years sat in this commentary box talking up the chances of Rhiannon O'Sullivan.
There it is. Look at your watches, everybody. It's 10:40 on Monday morning, and Henry's gone full on. Well, I told you so.
50.
Told you so about Harrison, told you so about O'Sullivan.
So come on then, genius. What's going to happen in Series 8?
Well, somebody's going to win £25,000, aren't they?
I've asked you a question, and yet again, the politician in you has just dodged it. Who's going to have a big series? You asked me at the start of the show. I'm asking you now.
60. Tommy
If you get it
require
right again-
150.
I'll buy you a cup of coffee.
Hang to your hats. Sykes can't take out the 150. I think, as you mentioned earlier on, Sykes has got a very good chance.
118.
I tell you who.
Martin, you
I
require
tell you who to watch out for
160.
in terms of this series. Danny Jansen.
It's not a bad shout, actually.
100.
And that's not a bad approach either
Tommy
from
require
Martin.
32.
But Sykes is sailing towards another victory here, if he can get past that one.
Game shot
Which
on the
he
third
can with
leg.
ease.
Tom Sykes.
7 legs out of 7 won today.
Fourth flag. It's Tom to throw first. Game on.
Hasn't got a nickname, has he?
Nope.
Very easy for me to sit here and say, let's give him one.
120.
But I think for someone like Tom, he needs something to happen for him to get a nickname. And as much as I was reveling in Dubois' individuality of his look
83.
and the way he plays the game in the previous match, Sykes, he's not really someone who's come off the conveyor belt, but he's doing things that
44.
are very accepted at this level of the sport. He wants to be part of the next bunch of players who do stuff, if I may be so general.
140.
He's very communicative on social media. He's got some good deals.
137.
He's got ambition. And he's also got the same shoes as Chris Dobie, Bo Greaves, Luke Littler. Those shoes, honestly, Littler should be on commission. The amount of people who have started buying them because of him.
140.
I mean, I kind of half adorned him the Castleford Tiger the last time he was here, which is a homage to his hometown rugby league side. But also,
60.
he has got that eye of the tiger. He has
Martin,
got
you
that
require
real presence, that fire, that
138.
determination about him.
And Tigers are just a little bit ginger. So why not?
60.
But this is a
Tommy
chance to win the
require
match and a chance to beat
140.
Martin Adams 4-0.
Not often do you get opportunities to beat a legend like Martin Adams by that kind of scoreline.
100.
And if
Martin,
Wolfie
you
cannot
require
take out the
78.
78, he is going to get that chance. He's averaging 95, is Sykes. But it's Adams who's going to get a couple of cracks at double 12. This for 14 and 15 data. Does a go.
66.
Sykes is back for the win.
Tom, you require 40.
Double top for Tom.
30.
And he's let it slip.
Martin, you require
That's pretty
12.
much the only mistake he's made in this match.
And it was what happened in his previous game as well against Michael
shot on the
Burgoine,
full
where
flag,
he played
Martin
so well
Adams.
up until the finishing line, where it took him a couple of chances to cross it. And Adams has got to break back. He's brought it back
Fifth
to
flag. It's
3-1.
Martin to throw first. Game on.
We've had a question in our YouTube live chat, and thank you to everybody who's watching today and contributing to that chat. I hope you have a lovely day wherever you are around the world. But people asking about Steve West, when he's going to be back, because he's one of the
90.
best weekly winners we've got here. Steve is still recovering from hip surgery, but has started to play darts very recently.
140.
Road to recovery is going to be slow, but I believe he's been playing ADC darts with a crutch. So it will take time for him to get back to full fitness to be ready to come back here.
100.
Isn't that so Steve, though, his love for the game, that he's so itching to get back to the hockey that he's happy to play crutches?
My advice to Steve would be don't rush it.
140.
Because the last thing you want to do is have some sort of injury relapse. What we want for him at this stage of his life and his career is happiness and no pain for a period of more than 10 years.
140.
And we send our best wishes to Steve and his partner, Michelle. Sykes here closing in on a 4-1 victory,
32.
but has made a little bit of a mishap there, which has opened up the door here for Adams to bring this game back to 3-2. Remember, Sykes had a handful of darts to win this game 4-0.
Martin did a good job of trying to stay in there with Chris Gilland in game 1.
131.
Looks like he might do the same again. This game could be over. We could be getting ready for the next match already.
93.
Had Sykes
Martin,
found
you
double top or
require
double 10.
40.
The Wolf is wily. Is he going to be smiley if he can pin the double 10?
20.
No is the answer.
Tom, you require
And that could be that
96.
because Sykes on combinations has been good so far today. 76 left, surely double-double. Had to be because of the lie of the first dart.
80.
But then finds the treble with dart
Martin, you
3.
require
Adams is back
20.
for 3-2.
Gave Sean a fifth
I
flag.
won't see a better
Martin
double 10 than
Adams.
that today. That's wonderfully done.
Sixth flag. It's Tom to throw first. Game on.
And if you think just because younger players these days have less fear, that they don't feel that little twinge
60.
when Adams is creeping up on them, think again. Any win against someone of Martin's stature is treasured. And at the minute, if Sykes does not win leg 6, Adams becomes favourite.
100.
It's a reputation that's been well earned for Wolfie. You know, win 3 World Championships, 3 World Masters, and, well, the ream upon ream
60.
of competition wins, which it'd probably take us 2 of his matches to reel off every single one of them. But then bestowing a reputation. I mean, you've seen it in tennis.
123.
With the likes of Rafa Nadal and Roger Federer at the tail ends of their careers. They may not have had the power that they had prior, but their reputation makes them still
100.
incredibly difficult to beat.
I think what you're seeing from MVG at the minute is something similar. I don't think Michael is as natural as he was maybe 6 or 7 years
60.
ago. I think he has to work a little bit harder to get the levels that he plays at now. You've got to be a master of your
60.
craft in different ways throughout a career. You're going to have those days, weeks, possibly seasons, where things come naturally. But there are going to be times where you have to work just a little bit harder to get the best from yourself.
55.
As Adams just let mini opening slip there. He's left himself on 163. Sykes looking to step in. Step in he will. Amaxi will find his first of the contest. And that could be the Max that finishes the contest.
But unfortunately for him, Maxes don't finish games. Because we don't play Master Out, which is a game where you can finish on trebles.
Time you require 41.
This is where he needs that double. And it's going to be a different one this time for the match.
It's double 16 for the win for Tom Sykes. He gets the better of Martin Adams by 4 legs to 2. Another good performance, average of 92.16. Kicked the contest off a 1-2-1 out. Had a couple of struggles towards the finishing line, but over the line he is. At the tail of the tape from what was a fairly good contest from the pair. Sykes running out a 4-2 winner. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Bradley Roes and Chris Gilland go toe-to-toe on the Yocket.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's 100 quid down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
Team for the ball. Ball.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Yeah, match starts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out, that's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. That man in your picture, Bradley Roes, is about to step up to the Yocket against Chris Gilland. 2 winners from the first round of matches here at the Live Lounge. Roes a 4-0 winner against Revelino Dubois, whilst Chris Gilland got the better of Martin Adams in a decider. And Adams again going down in a tight contest, losing out 4-2 to Tom Sykes in the highest quality contest of the day before the break. Sykes have an average of 92.16, 50% of the doubles, including a 1-2-1 checkout. Adams got back into the game from 3-0 down, brought it back to 3-2, but it was Sykes who ran off the winner in the end.
Bradley to throw first. Game
Bradley,
on.
business-like once again. Didn't play at his rip-roaring best, and he still averaged 84.68 in that contest and was 4 for 9 on his doubles. But he's a player now we just expect big things
100.
from.
I think what he has done, apart from dropping his dart there, is embrace what this is all about. Not panicking on a Monday morning, just preparing well each and every day
140.
and finding some of his best performances on a Saturday. Because he has. A lot of these young players these days, they love to practice. They love to play.
140.
They like to put in hours and hours and hours on the practice board. But a lot of them, if I may speak freely, they don't practice with structure.
60.
What gives you the best possible way of getting sharper? Playing matches against other players who are looking for the same as you, with that pressure
100.
swimming through the veins over the course of 5 or 6 hours daily. This will whip you into good shape. We've already seen a little equipment change for Gilly. He's gone to a white stem this time.
161.
I wonder if that's going to be something we'll see all week.
97.
Just looks really comfortable up there, whether it's Monday morning, Saturday night, Thursday night, or somewhere in between. He loves this place.
125.
You get the sense game 10 between him
Bradley
and Sykes may
requires
will
64.
be the separating factor of today in terms of who's going to top the table and not. But them two are moving towards a collision course even at this early stage.
Game shot
And
on the
Roes
first
pins the
leg,
double
Bradley
16,
Roes.
4-15. He leads 1-0. And you mentioned his match reps here at the Super
Second
Series.
leg,
His
it's
record at the
Christopher
Live
first.
Lounge is
Game on.
something to behold. He made it through to the final on debut, lost out to Neil Duff before then losing to Chris Quantock in his second weekly final in Series 5.
43.
And then last time out, when he made it through to finals night, he won. He beat David Cameron in the final. Andy Hamilton also played in that week. He made it through to the semi-finals, as did
93.
Jeff Smith, who had another good one at the US Darts Masters at the Madison Square Garden in New York.
Yeah, I think it was a really good event. Very well attended.
140.
Some good stories, and many congratulations to Matt Campbell on becoming North American champion. And to Rob Cross,
85.
who, if I may speak honestly, goes on and wins another World Series title and continually is underestimated.
Well, the thing was, he was a player that you looked at the form line he was in, and I... Beep, brag time again. I did tweet a few weeks ago, was brimming towards the surface of potentially winning a title of some significance, and that's exactly what he did at the weekend.
Well, that's his second PDC title of the year. One in Kiel, in the Baltic Sea Darts Open.
100.
And we've now got to start talking about Cross being a contender for the World Match Player.
And if there's a tournament that will suit Bob Cross,
60.
it's the World Match Play.
Christian requires 78.
Depends how hot it is. And things will continue to heat up here in Portsmouth over the next 3 months in Series 8. We're just bringing the heat on Monday morning here. We're just getting it up to temperature. But that was a particularly hot finish there.
Third leg, it's Bradley to throw first.
Which gives him 1-1. In round 2, what you've got to do, if you win in round 1, you've got to just continue what you did right.
96.
Whether you won or lost, you want to continue the standard or indeed improve it. And as for Gilland beating Adams 4-3, the standard he mustn't have liked, but the result, I'm sure he did. And I can already see Gilland just finding a little bit more comfort on the stage in this match compared to that one.
Well, the standard in this game altogether has been superb. Roes won the first leg in 15. Gilland responded with a 14. Bradley with the game's first max. Isn't going to be followed up by another one of Gilland after that bounce out. And Chris actually holds the record of the game with the most 180s here at the Modus Super Series. Him and Luke Littler traded 9 of them in a 7-leg epic back in June of last year. Made it through to the semi-finals of that particular week.
140.
The final one that we know all too well by now. Littler destroying Bartons with an average of 117.88 in around about 6.5 minutes. There is a change of setup for Chris. He's changed the
60.
stem from
Bradley
that of
require 85.
game 1. He's hoping it will lead to a change of fortunes. But Roes here looking for potential 12-dart leg. He's going to set
53.
up, leave himself on double 16 after 12, averaging 102.5.
I think Roes has got to take full advantage of this game today.
Bradley, you require
It might just be round
32.
2, but this is one of only 2 times today where he's got the darts. Tomorrow, he will have the darts 3 times. He's already broken Revi Dubois. What does he hold against Gilly in this leg? This is being thrown from Hailing Island.
16. Chris, you require 116.
By the way, if you're tuning in from overseas and you've got no idea where Hailing Island is, it's a small island that connects to Portsmouth via a bridge into the suburb of Havant.
If you don't know what
56.
Havant is, they were most famous
Bradley
for
requires
playing Liverpool
16.
in the FA Cup back in 2008.
I just knew you were going to bring something like that up, Henry. You know more about football from this area than anybody. How much does Bradley know about double 4?
8.
Not enough.
Chris, you require 60.
Well, the way Chris's darts land in the board, that shouldn't have been a bad combination, but it's terrible now. He's hit the single 5. He recovers to get just a solitary 1 at tops,
Game shot on a
which he
third
finds to
leg.
break
Chris
the throw of
Gilland.
Roes, and how those dodgy darts at double 16 could bruise the Dutchman.
Fourth flag. It's Chris to
I
throw
think he's
first.
looking at that one as a bit of
Game
a
on.
bonus. There you can see the checkouts. 2 from 2. Not bad at all. He's a tidy player, isn't he, Chris?
100.
Not often does he do something spectacular, but he's hard to beat. That's why he constantly gets invited here, because he's done bits before.
58.
He's reliable. And if you've got that tag as a player at this level, you're going to get invitations to weeks like this, and you're going to be doing good bits.
76.
But I just wonder what his next big ambition is. Because everybody's got to have something that they're shooting for.
100.
For some people, just getting here, they've accomplished something. Look at Revi Dubois. Only started playing darts, 2-3 years ago? Now he's here after a period of 24 to 30 months. 2 years ago, Gilland was playing in Southampton with us. So his goals will be very different.
60.
Well, Gilland won the first ever set of qualifiers for the Super Series. You'll remember himself and Conor Heenahan and his brother Martin, the Irish players either side of the border, were
140.
very successful in those particular set of qualifiers. Robert Wickwood won a qualifier, didn't he? And he's never left us since.
Easy for you to say.
Knew you were gonna say that.
125. Chris, you require 51.
Gilliland's much easier to say.
Not really. We'll just call him Gilly, but he keeps missing singles. Doesn't miss doubles, though.
11.
Until now.
Bradley, you require 158.
Well, Rhiannon O'Sullivan found this in the final against Fallon Sherrick on Saturday night. But the 158 isn't going to go on this particular occasion.
42.
So Gilliland back for
Chris, you
tops for a
require
3-1
40.
lead.
Just starting to flail the arms a little bit here is Bradley. Because he knows that things are getting away from him a little bit.
30.
But he could still rescue the
Bradley, you
situation. He's
require
gone from perfect
116.
to imperfect very quickly here, Chris. Great lie. Can't nestle it in.
60.
Not once but
Chris,
twice.
you require 10.
And so Gilliland back for double 5 for a 3-1 advantage. And this is a game that if Bradley goes on to
Game
lose,
shot on a fourth flag.
he'll feel
Chris
like this is a
Gilliland.
big game that's passed him by. Got off to a good start. Should have been 2-1 in front of the contest.
Fifth
missed those
flag. It's
darts
Bradley
at
to
double
throw
16
first.
and subsequent
Game on.
targets, and now finds himself throwing to stay in the match where he'd be feeling he should be throwing to win the contest right now.
96.
That's darts, though. It's cruel. You've got to create the chances for yourself, and you've got to take them. If you don't, that's the reason you've got an opponent. So they can pick your pockets.
140.
Now, they do have something in common, these two.
60.
They've both won a Group A before. So they know what it takes to get those 2 days off on Thursday and Friday. And they're two players,
100.
if they do win this group, that they don't necessarily have the luxury of going home and coming back. If you had someone like Chaz Barstow, for instance,
59.
he'd be playing this from his own bed. He's not in a hotel or some sort of rented accommodation for the week. And then come Thursday and Friday, he could probably go and work for a couple of days.
121.
These two have set their stall up for the entire week. So if they do have Thursday or Friday off, or Thursday and Friday off,
140.
they then have the luxury of what
Pressure
Ron
required,
Meulenkamp had at the end of last
140.
series in a qualifying week. What are you doing on a Thursday and a Friday off in Portsmouth? Well, that's up to you.
I'll give some tourist guides if they want.
44. Bradley require
So some of the local
146.
hotspots. This to save the match for Roes. Not to be, and so Gilland's going to come back for 96 to
58.
see the contest through to still a
Pressure
4-1
required,
success and to
96.
double his points tally for the day.
Can he rescue this situation with a 51? Silly question.
Game shot.
And Chris
the match.
Gilland
Chris Gilland.
just picked Bradley Roes apart after he started missing doubles. He ended up missing 6 along the way. But Gilland, who was 2 from 2 after winning his first couple of legs, is still not pleased with his level of performance. But that is a really good improvement from game 1 to game 2. He's heightened his 3-figure average by 11 points. And he'll be hoping to do that again when he comes back in round number 3. We're going to see the Burger Boy up against Dubois next. Stay with us for that.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. No, it's not lunchtime here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. That is the Toy Burger, which is the mascot of Michael Burgoine this week. The Burger Boy back in action up against Revelino Dubois. Before the break, we saw Chris Gilland get the better of Bradley Roes by 4-1. Good contest. 89.43 the average in the end for the Irishman. 4 for 9 on the doubles. But we're going to see Burger Boy and the Burger Army back in action up next against Revelino Dubois. The origins of that nickname, well, it's a family thing. It was given to him by his daughter. Actually, the last time Michael was here, he played Andreas Harrison
First leg, it's
in a
Michael
game.
to
What
throw
was his
first.
his son's Ronnie's 15th birthday, and they both held a sign aloft when they played the last game of the session, wishing him happy birthday.
39.
Very much a family man is Michael.
60.
It's a family sport, isn't it? It's a bit like the Cracker Factory in The Simpsons.
$100.
Not the kind of player you want to play if you're on a diet, though, is it? We haven't got anybody nicknamed after celery or carrots.
100.
But I will tip my hat to Michael. He's got one of the best mascots I've seen. And the artwork on the back of that shirt, you wouldn't want to
40.
crunch into that one. Because he's got a hat on, and if you crunch into it, it looks like it's got darts in the burger as well.
140.
To be perfectly honest, I wouldn't crunch into it for the mere fact that there's a tomato on it.
We've already brought that one up. And we've already established you're wrong, Henry. Tomatoes in burgers. It's just a thing. Just get over it.
If I was on Saturday
100.
Kitchen, and they do Food Heaven and Food Hell, don't they, on there? If they had to ask me 2 products for Food Hell, it would be tomatoes and mushrooms.
Such a shame.
43.
2 great
Revelino,
ingredients.
you require
And the
101.
ingredients you need to take legs here. Well, there's 2 of them, really. Good scoring and good doubling.
60.
He doesn't hang around, Revy. He's got himself a decent start here, leaving 41 after 5 visits.
121.
And I don't know about
Revelino,
you,
you require 41.
but when I look at him, there's a little bit of yellow classing in him.
Game shot on the first leg.
And that
Revelino Dubois.
is his first leg on the Portsmouth stage. I don't mean in look. I mean in the way he
it's
plays the
Revelino to
game.
throw first.
The action
Game
has
on.
got a little bit of classing about him because of the elbow position. That elbow goes slightly on the outside when he draws the dart back.
81.
And he throws it like Steve Buckley used to throw a javelin. Very hard.
100.
Now, these two didn't have a great deal of luck
140.
or fortune in round number 1. Both losing by 4 legs to 0. And
59.
at the early stage of this group, this could be the fixture between 2 people who have got the least experience in this group.
100.
You might think getting to Group B this week is a very good win.
But this has been a very good start from Revelino, who took a bit of time to get going on the stage. But here,
140.
in these early stages, is averaging just a shade under 95. And looking set to race his way into a 2-0 lead in next to no time at all. Has left himself on a 2-darter after 12.
The one thing we might get from Dubois this week
58.
is a bit of up and down
Revelino,
action.
you require 80.
Some of his averages on the development tour this year have been very decent, but there has been a little bit of crud in there as well. So he might be brilliant one game and maybe not so in the next.
60. Michael, you require
What he might try and find this week
144.
is just a little bit of a smaller range. And Michael was somewhat unfortunate not to snag that second treble there.
140. Revelino, you require
Which
20.
would have given him a shot at double 12 for 1-1. But that's
Game
not going to
shot on
be the case.
Second leg, Revelino Dubois.
Steady from Revy. 91 average so far, 2 from 3
Third leg,
on the
it's Michael
doubles.
to throw first.
But from
Game on.
here onwards, the Burger Boy is going to need everything to go his way.
59.
And when that dart comes back towards the jawline for
96.
Revy, there's a little bit of a horizontal loop. So when it comes back, he aims the dart away from the face, and then when he brings it
100.
forward, he has to almost bring it back into line. You can see it just airs a little bit towards the right-hand side of his face.
100.
That's a common technique, because people don't want the dart flight to hit them in the face, so they tend to go past the face and twist it. If you get that wrong,
140.
there's only one result. It's going to go left. And particularly with the way he follows through. Because if we look at the way he follows
98.
through with our camera above the board, when we pointed at him, he's actually following through to his left. And if he gets the release wrong, his only miss is going to be the
82.
5.
Better leg from Burgoine, who's brought his average up to about 85 now.
97.
And I suppose the key for a game
Michael,
like
you
this, where
require
Revelino's got off to
120.
a fast start, is keeping that pace throughout the duration. How many times do you then see a player slip away from that point? But Burgoine is looking for tops for the 120.
Game shot on
Pins
the
the tops
third
for the
leg,
120.
Michael Burgoine.
He climbs the ladder, does the Burger Boy. The finish he'll relish.
Fourth
Back to
leg, it's
2-1.
Revelino to throw first. Game on.
How long have you been waiting to see that? 11:17 on a Monday morning.
You'll have to pardon the bun.
98.
Oh, where's Chris Murphy? I probably shouldn't say that. Chris Murphy would have more puns than you would.
140.
Careful what you wish for. Well, let's have a look at the action of Revelino. As you say, there's a lot of
57.
Klassen-like nature towards it. Whereas, Michael, it's fair to say that's fairly old school.
That's beautiful.
59.
Static body position. There's nothing tensed. Places the dart through the air. Love it. This is a bit more new school. It is
60.
see a target and whack. That is a really fast delivery. If these guys were bowlers in cricket, this guy would be a beautiful medium pace.
182.
Whereas Revelino is a bit like Mark Wood. Run fast, deliver fast, and whack.
100.
However, there
Michael, you
just
require
does seem to be a little
122.
bit of a walk on the last start with Revelino. I've just began to find.
Tends to happen with a lot of quicker players. It's a common fault. And no matter how many times you tell people about
82.
it, they still don't fix it.
You know what I said about the riposte after a good start in a game like this? Well, Burgoine has found he had the 120 out in the
81.
previous
Michael,
leg.
you
He's left
require
tops after
40.
12 here to square this contest up at 2 apiece. Double 10. Well, that's opened up the
26.
door of opportunity for
Revelino, you
Dubois.
require 105.
Michael looks a bit mystified as to why that happened. Shot's still on. Oh, this will be a weird 105. Triple lipstick. Oh,
Game shot on the fourth flag.
that's
Revelino
so
Dubois.
filthy. Treble 3, treble 20, double 18. Not in
Fifth
his
flag,
wildest
it's Michael to
dreams
throw
did he think
first.
that was going to happen.
Game on.
Dirty darts.
Especially after Michael had 3 dots to take the leg.
59.
That will feel very sour. He might go the whole week and not get something as weird as that.
43.
But if he does get something a bit stranger than that, we will welcome it.
That's like having a bowl of cornflakes and instead of putting sugar in it, you realise you put salt in it.
96.
Yeah, good luck trying to keep them down. What that previous camera angle
81.
stipulated as well is that if you look at someone's action from all angles, it's not just from the side or from the front, but also from behind, you get a unique perspective
99.
as to what they can see and how they do things. This is why when people ask to be coached,
59.
it must be done in person. Because you've got to be able to see it from every angle. That's my philosophy.
59.
One of the things we do get as an advantage here at the Super Series is the range of camera angles we have to analyse a player's throw. Actually, Chris
60.
Mason did a very good piece a couple of weeks ago on the foundations of the throw of Andy Davidson, who is going to be back here at the Super Series in Series 8.
140.
Yeah, that's one of the more intricate throws. Let's put it that way. What a story that was in Series 7.
60. Michael,
Finding
you
that
require
guy.
48.
Can Michael find 48? He cannot, and I'm positive that he wasn't going for that 16. I think he was going for an 8.
94.
To
Michael, you
keep this
require
game
32.
ticking along. Double 16.
You don't see many lefties down here.
No score.
And this is a great
Revelino,
chance
you
now
require 104.
to win the match for his first win on the Portsmouth stage.
Well, he had a 105 in the previous leg. Can he back it up with a 104?
76.
If he found the double 14, that would have been
Michael, you
exactly the
require
case to round the
32.
game off. He's now had a match dart. Burgoine to save the
Game
contest.
shot on the
Makes
fifth
no
flag,
mistake.
Michael
Second time of
Burgoine.
asking of the double 16. And now forces the hand of Revelino Dubois. He says, can you serve it out,
Sixth flag.
sir?
It's Revelino to
We're
throw
about
first.
to find out.
Game on.
Yeah, plenty of dart tournaments happening around the world this week. The Mongolian Open is on. If you think that's a joke, it's not.
60.
Darts in Mongolia is now a
Check
thing.
55.
I believe the defending champion is Paul Lim, who's had a lot of love in our live chat today because he's been playing some sterling stuff the last few weeks.
140.
Tournaments in Estonia. We've got Challenge Tour events. 13 and 14 in Leicester this week, as well as others. So we get another maximum from Revy.
80.
The England Open is taking place in Devon this week. And it seems like there are WDF
60.
ranked events in Australia and New Zealand every week at the minute. There's another one going on in ACT this weekend in Canberra. Good luck to everybody going to the Burns
45.
Club. I've already mentioned that one in Geelong. The Australian Masters this weekend.
60.
That is a big deal. Some big names have won that title, including Dennis Priestley.
Well, Burgoyne just running some repairs to his equipment. He's got plenty of spares. Have a look at that. Plenty of flights, plenty of stems. He's come well equipped.
Better to have it, not need it, than to need it, not have it.
I was hoping that it was actually inside the toy burger. It actually turned out to be a darts case / burger.
60. Revelino, you
Well, they do
require
make phones
146.
like that, so I don't see why they can't make a dart case like that. But this shot's on. Not for long.
130.
Well, Dubois going to leave himself on a double for the match here, and all Burgoyne can do is apply pressure. Could do with another treble.
100.
He's a 776, but
Revelino,
this
you
for the
require
match.
16.
2 4s.
Game shot.
He does
and
go around the
match.
houses,
Revelino Dubois.
but in his second game on the Portsmouth stage, he gets his first win. Does that young man from the Netherlands. Yeah, it's a W for you. And the first time he's shown us that great smile, I think it's a bit of a relief as well to know that he's got his first win in the first half of Monday. And now he's part of 2 people who have got 2 points in the table, himself and Bradley Roes. who beat him in round number 1. But it's going to be round 3 when we come back, because Martin Adams is going to take on Roes in Game 7.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Revelino, Dubois, aided and abetted by this 105, got the better of Michael Burgoine by 4 legs to 2. That rounded off the second round of fixtures here at the Live Lounge. This is what we've seen up to press. It's been a good day for Chris Gilland so far. 2 wins from 2 for him. The same with Tom Sykes. Both players getting over the line. One game with a little bit of difficulty against Martin Adams. The other one quite comfortably indeed. Adams and Roes goes toe-to-toe in the first game of the third round of fixtures here on this Monday morning at the Live Lounge. Adams, who has been close in both of the matches he's played so far, but has been unable to pick up a win up to press up against Bradley Roes, who got the better of Dubois by 4 legs to 0 before then losing out 4-1 to Chris Gilland, as you saw in that results page there. Interesting battle, I get the sense this one, because Martin's played one of both his games, just hasn't been able to get a result as of yet.
Now, one thing he has done from game 1 to game 2 is that he has seen his average climb. And I suppose, unless you are one of those people who can turn up and fire their best from the gun, you do expect your second game to have better results, no matter whether you get the win or not.
It's Martin to throw first. Game on.
But against Bradley, Martin knows that he's got to get points on the board pretty soon. You've got 2 people on 4 points in the table. You've got 2 people on 2. And 2 people on 0.
100.
Adams is at the bottom with Burgoine at the minute. And by the end of the day, I think if he walks away with 4 points, he'll be content. He does not
60.
Want to walk away from this day with nothing or 2 points. Of that, there is no doubt.
$125.
But this is what I like about the sport at the minute. You've got a veteran against a very young player.
140.
Clash of generations. It happens in very few sports. You don't get this in football very often. You don't get it in NFL very often. Where essentially kids are playing against
100.
people who are grandparents. And while I'm on it, many congratulations to Robert McIntyre yesterday for winning the Canadian Open Golf. What a story that was.
140.
With his dad on the bag. Great story for the lad from Oban in Scotland.
Meanwhile, in darts, James Richardson hits a 9-darter against his own son.
100. Bradley, you require 161.
Yeah, I don't think James is going to let Josh forget that ever.
Great fun for all the family, that one. Well, maybe not so much for Josh. Adams, 76 to take out this
83.
first leg. But a good
Martin, you
opening
require
leg from the pair.
76.
But Adams with the advantage of throw is going to get the first opportunity of this match. And it should be a dart at tops. But he's missed the big number. And against a player
36. Bradley, you require 78.
like Bradley, if you miss an opportunity, you expect to be punished. Because he's going to have 2 in his hand, a double 12. Double 6.
He's been reeled in by Martin at the back of the stage. Classic.
Game shot on the
Unfortunately,
first leg.
he still
Bradley
finds
Roes.
what he was looking for on the end of the line. In the background there, Martin was
Second
just doing the
leg,
old
it's
fishing
Bradley to
rod
throw
thing, which we
first.
all do when
Game on.
someone thinks it's in. But I want to take you back to the middle of 2020. It was an awful time for everybody on planet Earth.
41.
But that summer, I'll never forget a game that Martin played against Keane Barry. Because the first time Keane Barry played with the
60.
at-home stuff with us, when we started this whole project, it was Keane Barry's 18th birthday. We had to wait until he turned 18 for us to allow him to play. And he played from his kitchen
59.
against the likes of myself and Mark Webster and Martin Adams and David Evans, Richie Edhouse. But it was that day that I figured out that this sport is just a bit more special than some others
86.
because of some of the age gaps. 45 years between the two on that day. 45!
100.
Well, put it this way. Luke Little, who won a week here at the Super Series at the age of 16. Martin Adams is throwing at the hockey at the age of 67. Age is just a number.
And Paul Lim is still winning titles at 70.
100.
And if Limmy qualifies for the Worlds this year, I do believe he will be the oldest person to ever play at Alexandra Palace.
59.
I hear that Mark Webster's still haunted by his presence.
So was Luke Humphries in 2021's championship. And he's gone on to be pretty good.
135.
It's a nice lead for Martin, who was looking to get his first start at a double in this match.
100.
Let's find out
Martin,
if he can
you
get it.
require 120.
He should have had some in the previous leg, but he missed a big number.
Saw 120 in the previous game for Michael Burgoine. Can Adams climb the ladder himself?
100.
No is the answer on this
Bradley, you
occasion.
require
But
142.
this, very makeable for a player of the quality of Bradley. But he's not going to take out the 142 this time. And so Adams is going to come back for double 10 to
78.
square this game up.
Martin, you require 20.
Hasn't been brilliant on the doubles today so far. He's had quite a few misses like that.
Game shot on
That's
the
much
second
better.
leg. Martin Adams.
3 from 11 in his first game against Gilly. 2 from 7.
Third
And
leg.
he was
It's
playing
Martin to
against
throw
Sykes.
first. Game on.
It is better though. He's averaging over 90 now. might just take
125.
Martin a couple of games a day just to get into the kind of feeling that he wants. I think it depends what time you get to the venue as well.
58.
Martin got here just after 7:30 this morning. It's a 2-hour window to get ready for match 1. That's what you should always plan for as a dart player. How long do I need before game 1?
60.
If you're playing third, like Bradley Roes will do tomorrow, and like he did today, he can get here maybe 30 minutes later.
46.
So he's got a program for starting at around 10:15, 10:20.
60.
Adam's playing some decent stuff here today. I did ask him in that interview where the darts are, and I think by
140.
his own admission, it's a case of there's days where things really do go his way, but sometimes it doesn't always click. But the last time he was here, he played some good stuff, got through to the semi-finals, lost out to a inspired Jimmy Van Skeet.
108.
As Wolfie piles in his first max of this match. Did get one against Chris Gilland in the opening match of the day. That's the series.
60.
And
Martin,
he's
you
got 6
require
darts on 76
76
here to move himself 2-1 to the goods. This time finds a single.
56.
Gets below on the tops, but will come back for double 10.
Well, 10s was good to him the last time, so why not this time?
80. Martin, you require 20.
The guide on the outside and the hit second. That's exactly what he did last time. And he does it
Shot on the third
yet
leg,
again.
Martin Adams. Fourth flag. It's
There were
Bradley to
qualifiers
throw
over the
first.
weekend for
Game on.
PDC European Tour action for later in the year. And someone who spends a lot of time here had a very good time of it in Budapest is certain Sebastian Białecki. He got himself through a couple of qualifiers, so he's going to be a very, very busy boy before the end of the year. Many congratulations to Sebastian. And he's one of those players, just like Tom Sykes, isn't he? That we can look at his direction and
47.
think, could you be the next series champion? There's no reason why not. He wasn't the only person to qualify for an event for later in the year. Nando
60.
Press from Hungary qualified for one. Krzysztof Kachuk qualified for one, and he's someone we haven't seen here. Oh, that's wonderful. That is a magnificent 180. As soon as those first two 60s are hit, great technique for the third dart, and he just wallops it into that 60 bed. Wonderfully done.
91.
Coincidentally, the last qualifier yesterday in Budapest was won by someone who
95.
I'm surprised we
Bradley
haven't seen here
require
yet.
170.
A certain Patrick Kovac. He is very, very good. I would be very surprised if he's not here by the end of the year.
60.
Because for me, he's someone who could do serious damage here.
Well, Roes looking to do some damage here. It's on his own throw.
99. Bradley, you require 110.
Treble 18, surely. Well, why? Why go for the treble 20 when there's a
78.
dart in the way?
Martin, you require 80.
Go figure. Now Martin could make him pay for that. And he might.
40.
But he doesn't.
Bradley, you require 32.
Got away with it. So maybe a
Game
little
shot
bit
on
of
the fourth
tactical
flag,
fragility from
Roes.
Bradley. But he has got himself a 2-2 scoreline here in Game 7.
Fifth flag, it's Martin to throw
Interesting
first.
times ahead in round number 3
Game on.
today. So round 3 on Monday and Tuesday will be the same fixtures for all players. Adams will play Roes, Sykes will play Dubois,
81.
and Gilland will play Burgoine. I'll be fascinated to see where people are this time tomorrow when they're playing those people.
Well, we said at the beginning of the day it could well be a group that's dominated by
60.
Roes and Sykes. It's not beginning to work out in that particular direction. The likes of Adams playing some good stuff. The likes of Gilland playing some good stuff. Now, Martin Adams is playing in this
100.
competition exactly 4 years to the day where he was playing in what was then the Icons of Darts League in a webcam. He played on this day on the 3rd of June
100.
2020. He actually played you on this day in 2020. And Martin Adams won out a 5-4 victor against Paul Nicholson. Paul Nicholson ran the higher average in that match, but Martin Adams won 5-4. Just to
140.
make it feel a little bit worse for yourself, you were 4 from 10 on the doubles. He was 5 from 19. He won 5-4.
Looking on the bright side.
140.
He's a 3-time world champ. I'm not. And I suppose he started that game as favourite. But Martin and I had some great games from home in 2020. You woke up in the morning, it was tough.
60.
We were grateful to have the outlet of playing darts from home with some household equipment. But we still got the opportunity of playing against the likes of Mark Webster, Martin Adams, some people that
60.
you didn't know particularly well.
Martin, you require 120.
But it just goes to show, doesn't it? Adams has been with us since the very beginning. And he's missed a single there, which brings a smile out.
80.
He might not be smiling in a second.
Bradley, you require 141.
And for the ball with dart 2. So Adams returns the tops to
65. Martin, you require 40.
3-2 in this contest to put himself a leg away for the victory post.
He's been averaging 90 pretty much the entire game. Can't find 10s this time.
Game shot on the
But he
fifth
does find
flag,
10
Martin
with the
Adams.
last dart. And Roes is starting to tail away here. After winning in
Sixth
round 1 by
flag, it's
4
Bradley
legs to
to throw
0,
first.
he's on the cusp
Game
of
on.
losing his next 2.
Just to rub a bit of extra salt into that wound.
What have I done to you?
57.
You broke Martin in the first leg. He broke back. And as far as the odds are concerned in that game, he was 3-10 on and you were the 9-4 outsider.
Sounds about right.
However,
80.
what I will say is you then played Martin a couple of days later and then you did beat him by 5 legs to 1. With an average of 90.8. Good doubling, 50% on the
93.
checkouts. From 1-1, you won 4 on the spin.
To be honest with you, we played so much in the way of darts during that time. It's hard to remember any individual games.
60.
You tend to remember the games that you lost ahead of the ones that you won. I do remember the 9 darters though. Martin got one against James Hubbard and so did Aaron Monk.
41.
And I remember the time actually when Aaron Monk beat Phil Taylor in a game. And he did so with a very funny 141 check out of 51 tops bull.
40.
That was also during the stage where we played on a Sunday, didn't we, as well? We had Sunday specials.
$85.
This game could be getting away from Bradley if he's not careful. He's had the big bad wolf in his rearview mirror the whole game.
$59.
Only one time have we gone the distance today, and that did involve Martin in game 1. There's only one person on the stage who wants that to be the case again.
58.
And that's Bradley.
Just going through the motions a little bit here is Bradley, you sense. Now Adams should move across.
92.
And he does move across. He goes across to the other side, though, to leave himself on the fish.
Interesting. Not many people would have done that. And if you want to tip your hat to 4 years ago on
170.
the at-home darts, I remember a game where Diogo Portela hit 2 of these against Martin in the same match.
Does a wolf like the fish? Not this time.
98.
This one is on a knife edge. If Bradley misses this, he does run the risk of 2 points after 3 matches. Tops to save the match.
51.
Line was good.
Martin,
the weight was nowhere
72.
close.
And so this for the match. And he's going to have 2 in his hand, a double 18 to see the contest through.
36.
But Wolfie cannot see the win as
Bradley
of yet.
required 20.
Roes is going to come back for double 10 to take us all the way.
Game shot on
All
a
the way
sick
we go,
flag.
then.
Bradley Roes.
You don't see that many people these days going for treble 12 on
7th
72.
and final leg. It's Martin to throw
But we've
first.
seen it an awful lot in the last
Game on.
week. Because Fallon Sherrick did a lot last week, didn't she? She sticks by it. And so does Wolfie. And this is why he's so hard to get rid of. Because he knows exactly how to start a last league decider.
182.
What's it they say about boxers? The last thing they forget about is how to punch. And Martin Adams, a heavyweight of the Modus Super
58.
Series, punching hard at Bradley Roes, hoping to land the knockout blow.
You might want to tell that to Deontay Wilder, by the way. Don't turn your back on Zhile Zhang. Because the next thing you hear is bang.
60.
It's solid from Adams. We always talk about putting your opponent under pressure.
60.
And it feels as if he's had Roes under pressure the whole match. And now he's looking to leave that 161 or better after 9 darts. And he should now.
100.
Adams first to the finish, and he's going to get time to take out the 161.
60.
Bradley's run out of steam in this
Martin, you
contest.
require 161.
Adams looking to wrap up his first win, and Bradley Roes could well finish round 3, just 1 win to his name, and not many people would have expected that at the beginning of play.
$100.
You're not going to see Adams go for the 25 on that shot either. It's always about trying to maximise the amount of treble 20s he hits.
95.
He's not bothered about
Martin, you
leaving
require 61.
things like 56 or 96 instead of these shots. Plays the game in an old school way, but we like old school. He will like this game if he hits double 4.
57.
But it doesn't go. But he has got time on his side, but double 2 is such a pesky double.
The only way it isn't pesky at the minute is if he doesn't get a look at it.
Martin, you require
But after 4 match darts missed, at least he gets another visit.
There's now a handful of mismatched darts for Adams. Made that 6.
2.
7 match darts
Bradley,
have come
you
and
require
gone.
170.
And Adams is left on the smallest finish you can pin. Roes is on the biggest finish you can pin.
An act of thievery is not going to happen at that visit, at least. But if you think that double one feels simple to Martin
60.
right now, think again.
Martin, you require 2.
Especially after missing 7 match darts.
No score.
Not to be. Well,
Bradley,
there should
you
be some
require
way to nick it.
110.
10 match darts missed. And now Bradley's got 110 to get 2 bonus points. Got to be treble 18. Gets it right this time.
But then
78.
loses that
Martin,
line
you
on the
require
double 18
2.
last time. Now he's had that problem on the doubles as Bradley Roes in this game. That's match start 11. Finds
Great
it with the
shot.
12.
And the match.
And eventually
Martin
it's a
Adams.
win for Wolfie. He beats Bradley Roes by 4 legs to 3. It's his first victory for the 3-time legside champion. He gets over the line against Bradley Roes at the tail of the tape from that particular match. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Tom Sykes and Revelino Dubois.
Welcome back to the action, and the middle match of today on Monday will be Sykes and Dubois. You've just seen a bit of an attritional battle between Adams and Roes, who has struggled over the last couple of games. But Adams is on the scoreboard with 2 points now.
First
And
leg.
Tom
It's
Sykes has not
Tom to throw
struggled
first.
to get
Game
points
on.
today so far. 4 from 4. And with the darts here against the debutant Dubois. He will be favourite to
100.
make it 6.
He's a player, if anybody, who is beginning to make the runs now as far as this Group A
45.
is concerned. And maybe it's Sykes and Gilland on that bit of a collision course as the day heads towards a
140.
conclusion. Good performance from Adams before the break, playing some good stuff on this Monday morning. But
100.
as expected, Sykes is the player to beat.
Yeah, seems to be the case. Even though he hasn't played anywhere near his
91.
best yet. But he knows from experience that providing your best stuff of the week on a Monday morning is
100.
not what you need.
Tom, you require 170.
It just needs to be good, effective, and well-timed. As for the explosive stuff,
50.
yeah, bring it for your second game on a Saturday night, because that is something he's done before.
Got to bring it for when it
100.
matters.
Tom, you require
Well,
120.
not for the first time today has the Shanghai been left, and that's awkward. It may well be ball. It is ball. Oh, that's spectacular!
shot on the first
And he's got
leg.
4 for
Tom
doing it as
Sykes.
well. The 120 taken out with 2 bullseyes for Tom Sykes. He's on target.
Second
He's
leg.
in the
It's Revelino
mood.
to
He's
throw
1-0 to the
first.
good.
Game on.
Okay, Tom, you've set your stall out with that shot. And that's the second time you've done that here in
100.
Portsmouth. You do that one more time, you're going to get a nickname from it.
100.
Might have to call him Hotspot. Makes sense though, doesn't it? If the treble 20 is blocked and you can't find it, and you have to take it right there and then, why not?
100.
And do you remember the game where we first saw that become the norm? Michael Van Gerwen did it against Michael Smith in a
91.
Players' Championship. And then when they played each other again, I think it was a few weeks later, Smith did it to Van Gerwen, and they started laughing about it.
100.
And when the elite players are doing
Revelino, you
it,
require 170.
why not follow suit? Because it does make sense. Does this? That would have been some riposte from Revy.
Who is playing superbly on this stage. You didn't quite know when I spoke to him this morning how today's going to go, but so far he could be
Revelino,
very
you
pleased
require
with his
43.
exploits. This to square the game up. This for 14 data.
11. Tom, you
Where he
require
starts going the
108.
board. That side, if he misses a double on the outside wire, things could get awkward for him.
I couldn't agree more.
56.
You do lean to the right
Revelino,
quite
you
severely.
require 32. Gave shot on his second leg. Revelino Dubois.
But he's not leaning over because he's level. Now,
Third
if I
leg,
may,
it's Tom to throw first.
we have
Game on.
numerous dart players with certain numbers on their shirts today for different reasons.
60.
I know why for Martin, because 26 on the back of his collar means 26 Lakesides, I believe.
Yes. Doesn't count the 02
22.
Indigo World Championships not on there.
The 070 on the back of Roes's collar. We'll get to the bottom of that one.
140.
And as for Revy, at the bottom of his shirt at the back, if my eyes don't deceive me, there are numbers there
41.
too.
0208. Bradley Roos's 070 is actually the local zip code for The Hague in the Netherlands.
140.
029. I'll tell you what it looks like. You know when you're trying to go onto Google and sign up to something and it asks you, oh, what do these letters and numbers correlate to? It looks a little bit
43.
like that.
Tom, you require 161.
We'll get him to explain that tomorrow.
137.
Great darts from Sykes. Every now and again, he just delivers that level that you know he's got.
140.
Well,
Tom,
he
you
leaves himself
require
on double 12
24.
after 12.
Gave shot
And
on a
as
third
regulation,
leg.
he
Tom
takes it
Sykes.
first time of asking to move 2-1 to the good, averaging 101. It just becomes
Fourth leg,
expected
it's
of him now
Revelino to throw
because
first.
that's what he's shown
Game
here
on.
on such a consistent basis.
140.
Well, before we go too clickbaity on this, because I believe that is a word now,
100.
The best player in Yorkshire is Joe Cullen. The PDC World Rankings do not lie.
121.
And there are plenty of players who are currently playing at a high level from Yorkshire. But outside
140
of the tour cards in the PDC system, there are a few players who could possibly say, I'm the best player in Yorkshire without a tour card. And Tom's up there. Martin Turner's up there. Darren Johnson's
86.
up there.
Revelino, you require 140.
James Wilson, don't forget about him. But the way that Tom's playing at the minute, and the fact that he's in the England team,
100.
does that make him the best
Tom,
player in
require
Yorkshire without a tour
95.
card? I wonder what people would think about that. Double 19.
57.
Now a chance for
Revelino, you
Revy.
require 40.
He's stuck with Sykes. Double 15. But that could be an opportunity spurn that could cost him so
28.
dearly. Because
Tom, you
this is
require
breakfast
38.
for Tom Sykes.
2 14s.
10.
Wow. He didn't expect that
Revelino,
to
you
miss, and
require
neither did I.
12.
The only thing you would say about Tom is, as good as the scoring power has been,
Game shot on a 4
there
flag.
has been
Revelino,
some
Dubois.
fallibility on finishes under pressure. And Dubois has levelled this game up at 2 apiece.
Fifth
Sykes
flag. It's Tom to
ruined the
throw
opportunity
first.
because he
Game
knows that
on.
he should be throwing right now to win this contest. But as luck would have it, this is a game very much up for
134.
interpretation. But that 1-3-4 start just evades any doubt that could have possibly crept into his mind.
59.
He's just got staying power, hasn't he?
108.
His average is just under 105, and he can stay at that level for a long time.
He's a better player than most that grace this place.
60.
But sometimes, if you have your bad game at the worst time, you don't get through to Champions
57.
Week. You might not even get to Saturday. I mean, look at Sherrick on Saturday night. At times, she looked bulletproof.
115.
And then
Tom, you
she's
require
drawn into a battle in the
130.
final by Rhiannon O'Sullivan and doesn't win the week. And I'll tell you who made
65.
some money on Saturday. The odds compilers. Because how many people would have backed Sherrick or Greaves?
Well, Rhiannon O'Sullivan at the beginning of the week was 33 to 1.
Tom, you require 65.
One of the biggest outsiders we've seen. Double top for Tom.
45.
And it's
Revelino,
chances
you
like
require
that might see
167.
points slip by this week. Fortunately for Tom, though, he is coming back for 10s, which can sometimes be a
51.
bit pesky for
Tom, you
him,
require 20.
depending on the lie of the first dart.
Game shot on the fifth
But
flag.
gets it
Tom
first time of
Sykes.
asking, but he'd be a little bit frustrated because he's just beginning to give Revelino some olive branches, but
Sixth
Dubois
flag.
hasn't
It's
been
Revelino
able
to throw first.
take the hand
Game
of
on.
opportunity. You mentioned that final that Tom lost to Jimmy Van Schie in the last series. It's one of the highest quality finals that we
60.
saw in Series 7. Sykes losing out of an average just under 93, had a couple of maximums, but it was at 2 for 9 on the finishing. That was his big problem.
60.
Van Schie winning of a 96.14 average, 4 from 10 on the doubles.
Well, Jimmy showed everybody that week
123.
what you've got to do to win a week. You can crawl your way to Saturday night, but if you find your best darts on Saturday, you've got a great chance.
100.
And he played all of his best darts on Saturday. I do believe that 3 of the 4 games yielded 3
140.
of his best 4 averages of the week. And he came through a 9-dart shootout.
I was going to mention that's all because he won a couple of legs against Dal Pilger and he was 3-0 down. All because of that. The 9-dart shootout happened, and from there he was an immovable object.
100.
The only way I'm going to get Jimmy Van Schie out the way is if I say please.
140. Revelino,
Chance for Revy to take us all the way then. The better player statistically in this game has been Sykes from the off.
38.
But that was a
Tom, you
chance
require 105.
to possibly nick a route to victory. He might still have it, though.
65.
It goes back to what I was
Revelino,
saying in
you
the last
require
leg about
40.
Tom Sykes just offering up olive branches for Dubois. He's given him another gift. And he
shot on the
unwraps
stick
it, and he
flag. Revelino,
sends us all
Dubois.
the way to a deciding leg. Sykes has been in charge of proceedings, but he hasn't been able to get over the
Seventh
line.
final leg.
Dubois
It's
kept
Tom to throw
himself
first.
interested,
Game on.
and thus in doing so has sent us all the way.
125.
Well. Just what Sykes did not want to hear from Jack. And this could be a bit of a surprise all of a
22.
sudden. That 180 has definitely hurt Sykes.
Well, prior to this leg beginning, there was a 16-point chasm in the
41.
averages. But Dubois actually had more darts at a double in this game than Sykes, 12 compared to 10.
91.
Still advantage Revy. And he didn't want to have to switch there.
57.
And since the maximum, he's come up dry.
Is this where experience comes into play, where
99.
Dubois maybe saw the finishing line in front of him and it almost grabbed him, whereas Tom Sykes runs towards finishing lines. You don't get phased by winning matches
99. Now. Tom, you require 164.
We're about to find out whether he needed to hit that 164 to win this match to
64.
stay unbeaten.
Revelino, you require 124.
It's up to this young man. Turns out that Sykes does get 6 from 164.
84.
Well, this
Tom,
is
you
not
require
easy,
100.
especially when your opponent is on a double to win the match.
2 at tops. Double 10.
90.
Doesn't go.
Revelino,
And
you
Revelino
require
Dubois is
40.
going to come back for match darts to beat Tom Sykes, the favourite to win this group, the favourite to win this week. Double 10.
30.
Doesn't go, and now he's missed a visit
you
worth
require
of match
10.
darts.
Those kind of shots could haunt Revelino by the end of the week. There's a whole lot of splitting going on.
Game shot. And the match.
There's a whole lot of hitting
Tom
going on
Sykes.
as well, as Tom Sykes dodges bullets and still is not defeated here today. I think he knows how fortunate he was at the end of that match. It went all the way to the very final double, and he still, after missing 10 darts at a double, averaged over 92, telling you how well he did play at points in that match. We're going to have the game... Oh, well, it's going to be game number 9 coming up next with Gilland and Burgoine, and that's going to signal the end of round 3.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's 100 quid down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
Team for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
seems to be out. That's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
No Bosch.
Pie Face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Tom Sykes has done it again, blocking dart 1 on the treble, went ball to complete a 120 out, and it was enough to get the better of Revelino Dubois by 4 legs to 3. He's the only player with a perfect record so far in terms of 3 wins out of 3. Chris Gilland can join him in that particular club if he can get the better of Michael Burgoine. It's the final game from the 3rd round of fixtures on this Monday morning here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Gilland to put his average up by 11 points from game 1 to game 2 and getting the better of Bradley Roes. As far as Michael Burgoine is concerned, he also upped his level between match 1 and match 2, averaging 84.33, but missed 8 darts at a double in his defeat to Revelino Dubois, and so that is why he is on 0 points as of yet. But encouraging signs from match 1 to match 2 for Michael. And in this Group A format, Paul, it's all about just building yourself up as things go along. The levels of performances have been upped. Now, for Michael, it's about making sure the results are in that particular case.
Yeah, very much so. I think looking through the first day that Michael had when he came here in Series 7, Week 5, it's going to feel very, very similar. Lost his first game to Mike Warburton 4-0. After that, he lost 4-0 to Max de Jong. And then lost to Connor Scott by 4 legs to 1. So coming into this one, if he loses to Gilland, he's going to be on the back foot again on day 1.
55.
Because he didn't win on his debut day. He doesn't want that to happen again. Let's face it, it wasn't exactly the easiest of groups. He did have Andreas Harrison in that group, who turned out to be the series champion. And a certain Leonard Gates as well. He's not bad.
180.
But you don't come to Portsmouth expecting easy groups. That's just not the way it works.
Well, this is the elite 59. Of the elite outside the PDC tour card system. You've got, well, you put it so eloquently, it's the place where worlds collide, where you've got the best of the WDF, the ADC, the World Seniors, and players who maybe don't play as much in terms of the circuits, but ply their trade here.
$97. Chris, you require
strong start
40.
from Gilly.
Game shot on the
Look
first
at that,
leg.
right in
Chris
the middle.
Gilland.
Why is it every single time
Second
that
leg.
Gilland
It's
comes
Michael to
here,
throw first. Game on.
people just underestimate him a little bit. And they think, well, he's good. But is he good enough to win Group A?
26.
Is he good enough to make Saturday? He makes Saturday every time. He may be the Rob Cross of the Modus Super Series.
Just goes under the radar. A little bit like Ian White to a certain extent,
58.
where people know he's talented, but maybe doesn't get the respect to his name that maybe he deserves.
No way that Ian White got the respect he deserved as a player.
60.
Still on the tour, still a very good player, but between 2016 and 2019, my word, so good. Name me another player who was beaten
100.
Michael van Gerwen 6-0 in a final. It doesn't happen very often. I know Peter Wright's done it on the European Tour, but 6-0 in a final against the greatest player of this generation. And he did it when
95.
MVG was on full energy, full fitness, in his supposed prime.
96.
I'll argue that point alongside some of my other colleagues till the cows come home.
Burgoine bringing home the bacon. Pinning the max there to leave himself first to finish to level this game at 1 apiece.
Now, what's he bringing home if it's a veggie burger?
96.
I'm not getting involved.
Bringing home the
Michael, you
lettuce.
require 140.
Let us see if he can take out the 140, not to be on this occasion. But he is going to leave himself on tops to
100.
square this contest up at 1
Chris, you
apiece.
require 151.
Now, you don't get square burgers unless you go to White Castle.
Or Wendy's.
Have they got square burgers?
They got a square patty, yes.
93. Michael, you require
It's just all
40.
wrong. Double top. There's no squares on the dartboard.
Game shot on a second leg.
But we do have a level game.
Burgoine.
Yeah, Bedford's not
Third
known
leg.
for
It's Chris to throw
a
first.
massive amount of
Game on.
world-class players. They're known for a very well-known MC and spotter. That's Richard Ashdown's neck of the woods.
100. $57.
Spent much time in Bedfordshire, Henry?
I have spent time, yes. I've in a previous job, in a previous guise, has spent time there, yep.
I think most people in that neck of the woods would probably support Luton Town, wouldn't they?
100.
Yeah. Yeah, them and Watford are the two big clubs in and around that area. There's some TV studios, aren't there, in and around the Bedfordshire area.
100.
Not too far away from Pinewood, isn't it, where they film a lot of stuff. And Elstree in Bournemouth.
135.
Two very graceful throws here as well. It's not a massive amount of violence when they deliver the dart. There's a real purpose to it, but not
96.
punching the air, if that makes any sense. It's about placing the dart through the air. Look at that from Gilly. Place it through the air.
126.
No hyperextension of the elbow. Beautifully done. As for Burgoine, you can see with that left arm, just placing the hand into the air and letting the dart do the work.
80.
And the majority of the time, it does find a target.
Chris, you require 40.
Well, Gilland here is averaging 105, going through the gears.
Game
That's
shot
another
on a third
13
leg.
darts, so that's
Chris
2 of them
Gilland.
for him in this game. He leads 2-1. Incidentally, if you want a fact about
Fourth
TV
leg.
studios,
It's Michael to throw first. Game on.
Peterborough is the home of the Shopping Channel studios. Home of
40.
QVC in Ideal World.
At least we know what you do when you're not commentating on darts, Henry.
Enjoy teleshopping. Well, you know, what else is on the TV at 3 o'clock in the morning when you're struggling to sleep?
96.
In this day and age, anything you want? Have you heard of streaming?
Well, I should be watching the
81.
highlights of this session on the YouTube channel, which you can do so as well if you do subscribe to the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. Plenty of bonus content available on there, on top of the live darts we bring to you 6 days a week, 50 weeks of the year here
100.
in Portsmouth. Goodies such as the Bullseye Challenge. There was actually an interesting concept last week where Fallon Sherrick and Bo Grease
53.
swapped darts. You can view that in full on the Super Series YouTube channel. Just drop it a subscribe, and if you subscribe, you can be a part of the YouTube chat room. You can get in contact with us directly here.
134.
I did particularly enjoy the one from Champions Week where they were playing the board upside down, which was a bit of a referee's nightmare.
I feel sorry for the spotter.
40.
Someone suggested that we should have that as a full week. I think with
No.
the greatest respect to the world.
No. End of discussion. No. By the way, if you don't know what a spotter is, if you're new to the sport,
97.
there are many people that work behind the scenes to make sure that all of the shots that you see are in time. And we have someone called a spotter who tells our backroom staff
25.
where their next shot will be.
74.
It's a big skill. Just like 74 checkouts can be as well. And on tops, Gilly has been rather good.
Game shot on the 4 flag.
Might
Chris
be the
Gilland.
top dog today if he keeps doing that. 3-1 up against the Burger Boy.
5th flag. It's Chris to throw first. Game on.
Michael showing there that you've got to keep your spirits up somehow, even if you do find yourself on the end of a tousling.
It's one of those
101.
games where Gilland has taken it by his grasp as opposed to Michael really doing too much wrong.
I think we're seeing a little bit of a gap occur between Michael and some of the other players.
9.
Because Chris is an international player. This is what you meant by worlds colliding. We're talking about people who have qualified through the amateur dart circuit
61.
and have done very well by doing that. But in order to succeed at this level, you must find another level. Against international players, former tournament winners,
100.
former world champions. That's the kind of level you come up against when you come to Portsmouth. I could be here until tomorrow talking about the amount of things that Martin's won.
58.
But there are other things that have been won this week by our crop of players. Andy Hamilton, world finalist, Premier League playoff
81.
contender. People who have won on the WDF circuit, the BDO circuit, and one player this week
135.
that has a PDC title. And you might look at the lineup of players and think, well, who's that?
82. Chris, you require
I'll
146.
give you a hint. He's playing today. And if this game continues
46.
into a
Michael, you
sixth
require
leg, I'll tell you who it is.
131.
2 double tops.
91.
The thought was right.
Chris, you require
The execution of
100.
dart 2 was not. So if Gilland gets a shot at tops here with just one dart, or any double, he might take this game out. It's going to be 2 double tops.
80.
And it wasn't too far away.
Michael, you require
But
40.
this opportunity for Burgoine, quite simply put, has to go. Double 10, open bed to aim at. And found.
Shot on a 5th
And there's the
flag,
break
Michael
for Burgoine to
Burgoine.
keep this contest going. And he is going to have the darts here to send us all the way to a deciding leg.
6th
Credit
flag,
goes where
it's
credit's
Michael to
due.
throw first.
Because Gilland has
Game on.
put him under the pump in this game. But he's kept himself interested, kept himself involved. And we've seen it before today. Where a game has
140.
swung on a sixpence. Gilland averaging 98, Burgoine 81. So there's been a proficiency about Burgoine when he's had an opportunity.
55.
But the difference has been the fact that Gilland has tunned Burgoine into submission. 11 of them in this game.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
60.
At this level, if you're getting one treble most turns, that could be very damaging against certain opponents. Do you know who that winner is of a PDC title in this group?
96.
Well, let's delve back into the days of the Tomlin order, shall we?
59.
Sorry, Henry, I thought you were waiting for some sort of sound effect for delving. Yes, Martin Adams, of course. Every time he plays, I like to remind people that he has
140.
got a PDC title. Forget about the politics of the 1990s and the early noughties. There was a time where people were getting along fine.
45.
People were playing either side of the divide, like when Alan Warriner was an England international at the same time as being a world number one in the PDC.
134.
And when Martin Adams won the Scania Open in 1999, beating Phil Taylor in the final 6-4. These are things that people should know.
97. Chris, you require 76.
To win the contest, to join Sykes on 3 wins and 3, he's going to have a dart at tops.
Game shot.
And Chris Gilland just keeps on winning. That's a hat-trick for the Northern Irishman. He gets the better of Michael Burgoine by 4 legs to 2. And the performance of the day so far, the 98.7 average, 4 for 5 on the doubles. There was so much to like about that performance from Chris Gilland. Coming up after the break, it was the game at the beginning of the day we thought was going to be the most intriguing between Bradley Roes and Tom Sykes. But the Dutchman, quite simply put, has to win the battle on the other side of this commercial message. Otherwise, he is in deep, deep trouble. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we completed 3 rounds of fixtures for our Monday morning here at the live lounge in Porter. Before the break, we saw Chris Gilland get the better of Michael Burgoine by 4 legs to 2, averaging 98.7 in the process, 4 from 5 on his doubles. Tom Sykes also impressive in that last round, a 4-3 winner against Revelino Dubois, averaging 92 in that particular contest. And it's them two who are head and shoulders above the rest so far. They're the 2 players with a perfect record, 6 points for a possible 6. Roes, Adams and Dubois have a victory to their names as well this morning. Michael Burgoine looking to get off the mark. But for Bradley Roes, this is a big encounter against Tom Sykes up next. If he harbours expectations of winning Group A over the next couple of days, you get the sense that this match could potentially hold a big bearing on whether that is a realistic game or not. Because if he loses this battle to Tom Sykes and Chris Gilland wins his next game, they will be cut 6 points adrift, even at this early stage.
Having 6 points at this part of the day will make Tom feel very good. But I guarantee you this, if he walks away with 6 points when the day is done, he will not be one happy bunny. So he's looking to beat Roes, and he's looking to beat Gilland in game 14. And if he does that, a perfect day is exactly what he sought at the very start.
First leg, it's Bradley to throw first.
Well, there's a
Game
conceivability that if Sykes and Gilland win their next matches, then their battle at the end of the day is going to be a battle to see who is going to run through the card on day number 1.
60.
We expected Sykes to be up there. We thought Chris would do some good things, but he's keeping
100.
pace with the tenacious Yorkshireman.
And if you are part of the
59.
chasing pack, you got to make sure it's not a 2-horse race by this time tomorrow, because already it is threatening to be that way.
44.
If Gilland and Sykes are cut loose, and they're just going up against each other for the next couple of days, there's going to be one almighty battle to see who goes where Thursday, Friday.
58.
Because at the minute, you've got 2 players on 6 points, 3 players on 2, and Burgoine on 0. It's not very often you see on a Monday at this stage that gap
96.
occurring within about 3 hours of the start of play. There was
60.
a part of me that thought that maybe that gap would be occurring this time tomorrow with Sykes, Roes and Gilly.
55.
I had a cautious nature about myself when it came to Dubois, 'cause I didn't know a great deal about him. I feared for Burgoine after what we saw from him last time we were here.
182.
And I wasn't sure about Martin. But this could be the right
140.
fixture for Roes right
Bradley
now,
require 84.
because for the first time today, he might not be the favourite.
Possibly go under the radar. But Slip with
28.
the last up there has
Tommy
opened the
requires
door up
66.
for Tom Sykes. It suddenly makes the 66 more makeable. But that treble 15 has left himself on 21.
$50. Bradley require 56.
Now Bradley gets a chance for 1-0. But too many times today has he seen himself needing to hit a shot like this to complete a 7-visit leg, or
16.
worse than that. He's not
Tommy
playing as
requires
well as he did at the
16.
start, that's for sure.
Just that first sign of frustration creeping in as well for Bradley.
Game
And
shot on the
Sykes
first
picks the
leg.
pieces
Tom
up
Sykes.
to break the throw of Bradley to move a leg to the good. I think
Second
the biggest
leg,
compliment
it's
you
Tom to
can
throw
pay Tom
first.
Sykes is
Game on.
we have learnt nothing about him today. It's just business as usual for him.
It's actually a really good compliment, that.
57.
One of the benefits of the fact that we don't have a DeLorean that takes us into the future or the
60.
past, in fact, is that we can only speculate as to what his future might look like. A lot of people's
44.
futures are based on desire. There are many dart players across the planet who have the talent to be professionals, to
100.
make an awful lot of money. But not all of them have the time or are willing to make the sacrifice to get those riches.
108.
One thing I can say hand on heart at the minute is he gets his 180 there, Sykes. His first of the contest.
100.
The desire for him is there. He wants to do it.
100.
How has he got that in there? That's a seriously good dart from Sykes. Don't question a man who can hit 2 bullseyes on a
60.
120 checkout.
Tommy
And
require
speaking of which,
120.
Bull. But this time it's not going to be found.
one more time, Tom.
47.
And we're going to get you a nickname based on that particular shot.
100. Tommy
Everything
requires
about the
73.
approach of a modern-day dart player right there from Tom Sykes. This for 2-0. Tops.
Game shot on
Perfectly
a second
pinned,
leg.
bang in the
Tom
middle of the
Sykes.
bed. And Sykes 2 to the good.
Third leg, it's Bradley to throw first.
Bradley's having a
Game
tough
on.
day. He's a fine young man, but even he is fallible. Even he can feel the pain.
45.
Because Monday has not been good to him.
He's currently cutting a very dejected figure at the back of the stage.
140.
Just when he hopes that there's a little bit of a break that's going to fall his way, Sykes kicks off leg 3 against throw with the 140, stealing the darts of the Dutchman.
58.
And now Sykes can hear some rumblings from Bradley, which will only feed him more.
100.
At least it would for me if I was playing him. You start muttering to your opponent because you're displeased or disappointed. It's the last thing you want to do.
57.
There are some players out there who will eat you alive if you do that.
From the second he walked in the building this morning, it was
45.
business for Tom Sykes. It was interesting. We've got in our commentary box, we've got a window which can see out to the stage, and we were just having a little bit of a peer out right about 20 minutes before play got
41.
underway. Tom just let everybody else have their own little bit of time on the board to practice. And once they came off, he came on. Headphones in, focused.
140.
Ahead of the task ahead of him. And it's most certainly working to a treat so far.
81.
And he is 76
Tommy
points
requires
away
76.
and 6 darts in hand away from a 3-0 lead, a double breaker throw. And he'd then have the darts to complete a 4-0 success.
Double top.
56.
He'll return. Lots of love for Yorkshire in our live chat, as there always is.
83. Tom, you required 20.
But now double 10 for 3-0. And we have not had a nil scoreline in a completed game since game 3. And it might not happen
No
here.
score.
That's a bit of a stutter from
Bradley, you
Tom.
require 136.
It's been the only fallibility he has had to date. And we are going to watch that as the week
60.
goes along to see whether that
Tommy
becomes an
required 20.
incremental trend. But this double 10 for free zip.
Game shot on
Use the
third
first
leg.
dart as a
Tom
perfect
Sykes.
guide to cushion it in with dart 2. Sykes leads 3-0.
Fourth flag, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
Someone in our chat saying that Tom should be called the Shanghai Bull. I'm not sure that's going to work.
46.
Well, Shanghai is when you go treble, single, double. So it's not a Shanghai. I know it's the same as a Shanghai
41.
number. But thanks for the idea. I can see where you're going with it. I just don't think it would resonate like that does.
Forget about resonating. This is going to smart for Bradley Roes. Neither player have played at their best in this contest.
43.
That's fair to say, but Sykes is getting the job done.
He's got 8 maximums for the day, which means he is averaging 2 per match.
105.
When we grade players here in a group scenario, if you're averaging 2 or more 180s per match, you are up there.
140.
Well, that
Tommy
was
require
a
170.
140, which almost came with a concession because Sykes has got 6 and 170 for the match.
58.
But he doesn't get into 2 dart range. We have seen people in dominating
60.
positions today
Tommy
so
require
far, but squander them
112.
and still get over the line. Just wants to get over the line without giving Bradley anything.
56.
To damage his leg difference, to embellish his own, and to take his points tally to 8 points with a match to spare on Monday.
59.
All he needs is 56
Tommy
more.
require 56.
And he's going to get 2 darts at tops. Double 10.
46.
Doesn't go.
Bradley's
going to get a chance at a finish, but it's a big one on 158.
Just one of those days. Group A is a 3-day campaign. You can't necessarily lose Group A
96.
on a Monday.
Tommy
But if you only get one win
10.
from 5, you're pretty close to losing it.
And it's double 5
shot.
for Sykes to make it
Tom
4 wins
Sykes.
on 4. He gets the better of Bradley Roes by 4 legs to nil. As for the Yorkshireman, well, he just continues winning. He just continues to set the pace at the top of this Group A. Not a classic match, not a classic performance from the pair, but it's Sykes that gets over the line. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Michael Burgoine and Martin Adams go toe-to-toe. Well, back to the Modus Super Series where we head into the final third of the day's action, and Tom Sykes is 4/5 of the way towards completing the car, getting the better of Bradley Roes by 4 legs to nil before the break. Not at his best, but he didn't have to be in that particular contest to pick the points up. Next up for us, Michael Burgoine looking to pick his first points up at the live lounge in pause. If he takes on Martin Adams in our 11th game of the morning session. Adams, who
First leg,
got
it's
his
Michael
first
to throw
win
first.
of the day.
Game
Last
on.
time out, getting a bit of Bradley Roes by 4 legs to 3. As for Michael Burgoine, well, the Modus Super Series has become a environment where
59.
people are seemingly bringing the best out of him. We were having a chat during the break, and the last time Michael Burgoine was here at the live lounge, he had the highest average of 2024 at the Super Series
60.
hit against him, Andreas Harrison, 117.88. But he also had the only 9 data of 2024 hit against him by Jared Cole in the same campaign.
99.
So if you extrapolate that information, what does that tell you about Michael?
Players play their best against him, which is a compliment.
41.
A backhanded one, but a compliment nonetheless.
It means that people don't find you difficult to play against. You're a good canvas.
180.
Michael? No helicopter finger. All right. Because he did it when he hit his previous maximum in his last match against Gilland.
140.
And that started a bit of a discussion on social media as to what the best celebration is when someone hits a 180. Or celebration in darts, period.
54.
Bob Anderson pointing at the board. Over to you, Henry.
There's not a discussion. It's not a discussion. It's Simon Adams when he wins a leg.
Such a hipster, aren't you?
100. Michael, you require 109.
Tommy Morris. With the guns to the camera. With Dom Taylor. Loved that.
49. Martin,
That
you
was
require
good fun.
160.
A little bit too friendly, if you ask me. You're in the heat of competition.
Like that recovery from Martin.
80.
But he might not
Michael,
like
you
this.
require 60.
As Burgoine tries to upset the apple cart. Gets to the double eventually.
Game
And
shot
takes
on
it
the
very
first
well.
leg, Michael Burgoine.
Oh, the Burger Boy, one up.
Other
Second
celebrations
leg, it's
then?
Martin to throw first. Game on.
There haven't been that many.
Before we get started with that discussion, Michael Burgoyne won that first leg and then gave his little burger mascot a little bit of a
100.
tap. As I mentioned, Michael, a family man, very much a family thing, the darts, and a little bit of a homage maybe back to home for
100.
Michael.
Everybody's got their superstitions. That's what makes us human. We've all got our little hooks and idiosyncrasies.
No more so than Rafael Nadal.
76.
Correct. Djokovic has got them. Tiger had his. Every sports star has got a process.
100.
Even the amount of times you tap the crease in cricket as a batsman. The amount of steps you have as a bowler.
140.
The amount of waggles you have of a golf club before you hit a shot. Everybody feels comfortable doing things that are familiar.
65.
Darts is no different.
The idiosyncratics can amount to a lot, especially in the psychological sense.
Adams has got points today, but Burgoyne has not. I wonder if that's going to be the telling factor as to who gets over the line in this game.
37.
If you think that doesn't matter,
Martin, you require 85.
think again. Because you've got one person who is thinking right now, will I get over the line? And the other one has already done it.
80.
He knows how to do it.
However, potentially a glimmer of an opening if Burgoyne could have had a couple of triples there because Adams is back on 5.
57.
Adams
Martin,
in a
you
good
require
position, but
5.
not necessarily one which is a guaranteed leg winner.
2 twos for a level game.
Game shot on a second
Very well
leg,
thought out there
Martin
from Adams. That dart is not as difficult as you'd think. Because it's the same
Third
height as
leg,
the other one.
Michael
It's
to
not a
throw
blocker.
first. Game on.
We are getting to the point of the year where the World Cup of Darts comes around, and it always reminds us of that famous helicopter finger derby
140.
when it was Germany against Northern Ireland, Dolan, Gurney, Hopp, and Schindler, and 3 of them all did the helicopter finger in a row.
140.
Good fun that was. I like a good rivalry at the World Cup. But this year, no Gurney. It's going to be Rock and Dolan.
100.
The German team will be Schindler and Clemens.
And I think potentially be real outsiders to win the title, the Germans. I think they've got a good chance.
Well, Schindler is a winner on tour now. Clemens is still a very, very good player. You can't say that they don't have enough home advantage.
And also chemistry, which is such a big part of doubles play, and they do have that. They genuinely have that. Whereas there is some big name partnerships at this year's World Cup that are untried and untested.
Well, before we go any further, Shelley Burgoine has got in touch with us on the YouTube chat, saying it's the first time Michael has ever taken anything to here, or possibly to any darts tournament.
97.
Apparently their daughter got it for him and said, you better take that on stage with you. So, Michael, well heeded. Doing a fine job so far. I know you haven't won yet.
50.
But you're in a position here to take a 2-1 lead against one of the greatest players of all time.
$54. Martin, you require 129.
So 129 for Adams. Finds the treble 19 with dart 1. Now all about setting himself
89.
up, but going back for 86.
Michael,
Could just be
86.
one solitary dart of the bullseye. It is going to be a dart of the ball.
61.
Doesn't go.
Martin,
And so
you
Adams is going to
require
come back
40.
for tops to get the break, to move 2-1 in front. And to put himself in a very good position in this game. Double 10.
Adams is fortunate not to have hit a 5 there.
Game
But he
shot
does
on a
find the
third
points he
leg,
needs.
Martin Adams.
And he does get that break that you mentioned, Henry. And it's something he needed to find in this match if he wanted the points.
Fourth flag. It's Martin to throw first. Game on.
And the thing is, when you're here at the Super Series, you're in a shark's tank. When you play in a group, any small opportunity, players at this level really do seize upon. And
100.
just wonder whether that's just beginning to eat away at Michael a little bit, because he's put himself in positions, but hasn't been able to really
40.
turn them into leg wins and thus turn them into match wins. And that's the process as the week goes along. You know, this is day one of potentially a 5-day campaign. It's a case of nothing ventured, nothing gained. It's all about learning lessons for the next couple of days. He's been here before, so he knows
78.
what the Super Series is about. It's just about gaining those advantages for the remainder of the week.
I think it's about being good enough
134.
to put yourself in winning positions. We've seen that from Sykes today. He's put himself in a winning position 4 times. Adams has been in a winning position more than once, but he's only converted one of them.
125.
This is not quite a winning position yet, but it could be very soon.
137.
It's the difference between someone who can play at home and play really well at home in front of nobody to someone who can play better when they're uncomfortable. That's the difference between a good player and a great player.
24.
Because there are people who come here and crumble. Because they can't do it in front of the cameras, they can't do it in front of the world. But there are people who come here and
55.
thrive when they do that. Scott, Sykes, Harrison, these kinds of players who have become better because of the exposure from the Modus Super Series.
81. Michael, you require 135.
135 for Burgoine. Went upstairs first as opposed to the 25. And so Adams is going to come back for the 93 to make it 3-1.
125. Martin, you require 93.
Well, riddle me this, Batman. He had me fooled. Double 16 for Martin. He takes the shot.
Shot on a 4 flag.
And Michael
Martin
Burgoine
Adams.
had me in knots with his attempt at 135.
5th flag. It's Michael to throw first. Game on.
Do we dare discuss it? Not going bullseye at 25 with the first start? Tactically, it's a big risk.
45.
It didn't pay off, and I'm sure, in fact, I'm positive, if Martin was on something smaller, he may have gone bullseye at 25, or would he have?
41.
Well, let's delve into the chat room because Curtis Mazzio has commented, the World Cup just reminds me of you, Paul. You had some
93.
intriguing games on that World Cup stage in your career, didn't you?
Haven't got a clue what you're talking about.
Which one shall we talk about?
Me versus Manuel Valerio of Gibraltar. A singles match I won,
85.
but only just. Yeah, good times. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Most of the time.
I'll be nice to you. I won't mention anything else
45.
other than that game against Manuel Valerio. I've already picked a new one today. I won't do it again.
There were some good games, but there were also some heartbreaking moments, and that's what it's all about. Fine margins. You can be within 2
85.
millimeters of success, and if you don't get it, then you have to handle the heartbreak. It's as simple as that.
Is that final against England the one moment in your career
81.
that biggest what if possibly of your career?
I think there's two. Yeah, I think 2 games live in my memory for the bad reasons. One of them is that World Cup final, obviously. The other one is a European Tour final against Wes Newton.
100.
If I'd won that World Cup and won that European Tour event, I'd walk away from the sport right now. I'd be more than content. But because I didn't win them,
97.
it leaves me wanting. Feeling like I haven't completed my story. However, when Australia won the World Cup with Damon and Simon, that closed that chapter. They've done it now.
140.
I don't think about the heartbreak of that anymore because they have won it.
140.
It wasn't about me, it wasn't about Simon, it wasn't about Damon really, it was about the country.
100. Martin, you
Adams
require
to
50.
seal a 4-1 success here. Looking at 50, the 18 double 16 for the 3-time PDO world champion. And that would have been for back-to-back wins. The Burgoine has kept himself on tops, and this could keep himself in the
34.
contest.
Michael, you require 40. Gates
Very
on
nice.
a 5th flag, Michael Burgoine.
Just needs to find another couple like that. So Martin has been in a winning position in this match. It's just a question of whether he can convert it.
First. Game on.
I'm just thinking about the games that have taken place today and just looking at the legs, a lot of which that Michael's played. He's been competitive and nigh on all of them. However, maybe at
140.
times just found himself a score behind, and maybe that's kind of been the telling difference today. But let's get this right. There is apparent quality with Michael, and it's about just finding that next step for him.
He's been to the UK Open 4 times, you know.
123.
Takes a heck of a player to get to the UK Open 4 times. And don't think that this is just an overnight story for Michael making the Super Series in 2024.
100.
He made his first UK Open 12 years ago. And he did win his debut match in the UK Open in 2012, beating Tony West
60.
by 4 legs to 2. He'd end up losing to Leicestershire's Gaz Cousins after that, who disappeared from the dart scene pretty much as quick as he
140.
came into it, which was a bit unfortunate. But the fact that he's beaten a former world master in a UK Open, that'll live rent-free in his mind for the rest of his life.
140. Michael, you require 120.
Well, this is now to save the match. Adams left himself on double 19, and he will go for the double 19. There's no doubt about that.
This is usually the point where he goes for the 6. But I'm with you.
89.
I think he goes for this,
Martin, you require 38.
and he'll fancy hitting it.
Well, that's Nyon in the middle. Has to pick a side. Has to go to the left side now. Shuffles across. And fires his way into another win. And Martin Adams now moves himself on to 4 points in the group. He gets the better of Michael Burgoine by 4 legs to 2. Adams with an 85.59 average. Burgoine with a higher average, but Adams with the points. Coming up after the break, Revelino Dubois up against Chris Gilland. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series for the boats of Martin Adams. Get the better of Michael Burgoine by 4 legs to 2, averaging 85.5 in that contest. 4 for 12 on the doubles to get the better of the Burger Boy. So the final game from the 4th round of fixtures on this Monday morning sees Chris Gilland looking to join Tom Sykes on 4 wins and 4. Them two would then be on a collision course in the penultimate match of the day, if he can get the better of Revelino Dubois, who's been quite revelationary on this first day's play here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We've seen some good stuff from him thus far, and we do see it a fair bit actually, don't we, Paul Nicholson, on this Super Series stage, where players can just play within themselves when they're in this particular environment.
First leg, it's Revelino to throw first. Game on.
We're about to see what this lad can do next, because he is a bit of a greenhorn and he is surrounded by people who have done this before. So what pressure is on him this week? Very little. Everything he does, every win he gets,
108.
it will be of benefit to his future, and it will give him that invaluable experience that he wants. However, against Gilland, who's looked arguably the best player of the
99.
day, and maybe the most consistent, I wonder if this will be a challenge that he can't get over, because it does feel as if Gilland is getting better as every game goes on. Would you like to have a little delve into the history of darts on this day? because there are some belters.
47.
We've got a couple of decent birthdays today. In fact, I mentioned Patrick Kovac earlier of Hungary, who came through a European Tour qualifier yesterday. It's actually his birthday today, so happy birthday to Patrick. And it is the birthday of
95.
our current Modus Super Series champion, Andreas Harrison. So many happy returns to the man with the beard and the trophy.
It's bad news for anybody who is
140.
wanting to apply their trade on the World
Richie
Seniors
require
Tour in the near
86.
future, because he's now 49. And I'm going to make a statement right here, right now. Andreas Harrison has got the ability of becoming the
26.
World Seniors champion when he
Revelino,
turns
you
50.
require 81.
In 2026. Bullseye.
56.
He doesn't rev enough.
Chris, you require 60.
Don't leave Gilland on tops. Especially after the last match he played. But this is a different game.
40.
With different results.
Revelino, you require 25.
And we know Dubois is a player that could pick up upon the pieces. 88.
Game shot
And
on
it
the
goes
first
to the
leg.
top
Revelino,
corner,
Dubois.
and Dubois draws first blood.
Second leg. It's Chris to throw first. Game on.
Over the weekend, they had the Swiss Open, as well as another tournament attached to that. And Jimmy Van Schie won the Swiss Open over the weekend. Congratulations to Jimmy
96.
for another tournament win. And the other one was won by Stefan Belmo. And our very own Matt Edgar made the semi-finals. I'm sure
60.
Matt was harbouring ambitions of getting another title, but close call for him. Well done in making the last four. But if I may take you back to 2006, 18 years ago today, the Swiss Open was won
95.
by Gary Anderson beating Michael van Gerwen in the final.
100.
11 years later, they would play in a world final. That proves that at this level of the sport, you might see a final or a game during the week. You think, oh, that's got potential.
182.
Where could they be in 11 years?
121.
Well, here's one for you,
Chris, you require
Nico. There is going to be a
130.
day for any Sheridan where a World Championship final will be played between two players who probably played each other in this building.
66.
We've already got Littler on the tour, so there's half of it. Where's the other half going to come from? Chance for Gilly to
Chris,
draw
you
level.
require 64.
8s or 16s. Take your pick. 16s are tops. And he takes his pick.
24. Revelino, you
Hasn't
require
quite got the radar on that
120.
tops. And Revelino could steal this leg on that tops.
60. Chris, you require
A little peer
40.
at the bullseye, but nothing more than just a little bit of a look. Gilland stares down tops to level up. Double 10. Doesn't go,
20.
and Dubois
Revelino,
comes
you
back for
require
the break.
60.
Sport is weird, isn't it? One game, you're supreme on the doubles.
Game shot
And the
on
next, you
second
can't
leg.
hit them for
Revelino,
anything.
Dubois.
And you're 2-0 down against someone who has got 4 fewer points than you
Third
have.
leg. It's Revelino to throw first. Game on.
It wasn't just the men that got wins over the weekend in Switzerland. There were also wins for Lisa Ashton and Paula Jacklin.
$140.
Sure, that'll go on top of the Torremolinos Open titles.
60.
Yeah, good to see Lisa back in the winners' enclosure at the weekend.
Yeah, wasn't it just? She's had her injury problems, but she is gradually starting to play some very, very good stuff. It was a shame that she couldn't take part
28.
here last week. But I would imagine it would be natural for her to make her way here before the end of the year.
140.
Still waiting for our first series champion from the girls. And Bo was so close, wasn't she? A couple of weeks back, just fell in the final four.
55.
Don't think she's going to be too far away. I think with Lisa, if we see her back, it wouldn't surprise me maybe if it's a Group C or Group B
45.
for her playing the 2 days, because she is on that recovery back from the operation that she had at the end of last year and the shoulder just getting back to as it was before. There's some positive signs. It's just
81.
now getting her back to
Revelino, you require
100% full fitness. This
156.
is for 3-0 and it's 6 darts from Dubois from the 156. 81 left. Options.
100.
I like that option. That tells me a little bit of something about him. He's obviously hanging around dart players that know how to do the maths well. Because if you've been playing for only a couple of years, like he has,
139.
he's
Revelino,
looking
you
at what they
require
do,
56.
copying them, and figuring out what the best routes are.
Well, what we've learned about Revelino is he likes double 18. Because shots
38.
like a 56 gives us
Richie
a
require
little bit of a look
58.
as to preferred destinations. Perhaps not a surprise because his darts do veer off in that direction. Tops for Gilland though to bring it back to
Shot on the
2-1.
third leg,
There is a
Chris
break of
Gilland.
throw. This game returns to throw. And the Irishman has an opportunity to square this contest up at 2 apiece.
Fourth flag. It's Chris to throw first. Game on.
I don't know about this shirt that Chris is wearing today. It almost looks like an away kit for Borussia
100.
Dortmund. I think they'll be licking their wounds today after losing to Real Madrid on Saturday night at Wembley.
108.
But he doesn't give it much away, does he? Revelino. Even when he hits that maximum, there's no emotion.
45.
And on the European tour in PDC darts, we play in a place in northern Germany called Kiel.
100.
And their big arena there for their rather wonderful handball team is called the Wunderino Arena. So imagine if Dubois played there. It'd be Revelino at the Wunderino.
Home of one of my favourite named tournaments in World Darts. The Baltic Sea Darts Open.
It's cleverly named because you can't move it.
93.
You wouldn't play the Baltic Sea Darts Open in Austria.
Well, you could play the Welsh Open in Somerset.
Good point. They played the Gibraltar snooker tournament once
Revelino, you require
in Milton Keynes, but
128.
that was due to COVID restrictions. This is another 54 for double 10.
108.
Fabulous try from Dubois.
You require 41.
Tops to turn this game around.
Shot on a fourth
14
flag,
darts for
Chris
Gilland.
Gilland.
Level this match up at 2 apiece. Dubois had an opportunity to make it 3-0 and subsequently 3-1
flag,
in his
it's
favour.
Revelino to throw
Spurnt
first.
the opportunity on both
Game on.
occasions and now he's been pegged back.
$45.
Although there has been some other sporting events which have taken place outside of its originated country.
Such as?
Well,
55.
the Spanish Super Cup final takes place in Saudi Arabia.
Decent example.
60.
The NFL play regular season matches in the United Kingdom and Europe.
Yeah, England, Germany, Mexico City.
Yes. Well, as you have it, the
92.
MLB play a game now in London. And we have South African sides playing in
93.
the European Rugby Champions Cup.
Sport is a world thing now, isn't it? It's not localised anymore.
140.
That's why Newcastle played Tottenham at the MCG in Australia recently, because of the globalisation of sport. And
99.
the thing about this, because of technology, we can broadcast this to everybody on the planet. And you can be part of this as much as you want to be.
140.
If you subscribe, hit that notification bell, we'll let you know about all of our additional content. But if you just want to sit and watch darts, it's right
60.
there for you. It's all for you guys.
64.
And for the lead, Gilland will be dizzy at the fact that he's in the lead, because he really shouldn't be.
34. Revelino,
And suddenly it's Dubois who's on the back
144.
foot. He has to pin the 144. Just strays the other side into the 555. And so
135.
Dubois leaves himself on 9. Okay. Gilland tops. Okay.
Game shot
3-2
on a fifth
up
flag,
with the
Chris
break.
Gilland.
And now he throws for the match.
I think the important thing in that exchange is that
Game on.
Gilland can't focus too much on the fact that his opponent left 9. Because some players would be smarting at the fact that they've done something that looks fairly foolish. But in the grand scheme of things, it means
140.
nothing.
Here's a good one from Joe O'Connor. The Scottish Snooker Open was held in Wales in 2021.
93.
I didn't know that.
Well, we have had a comment asking, what does the table look like at the moment? Well, Tom Sykes is currently on 8 points. If Chris Gilland
59.
wins this game, he'll join him on that mark. Them two meet in the penultimate game of the afternoon session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And the victor, should Chris go on to win this match,
81.
would then complete the card on day one, be top of the table on 10 points. Elsewhere from them two, Martin Adams on 4. Dubois and Roes have a win apiece, whilst Michael Burgoine is searching for his first win of the day still. He takes on Bradley Roes in the next
93.
game.
Well, let's not sugarcoat it.
57.
Dubois was playing really well after 2 legs, but has let this slip.
It's the old incline-decline theorem that's come into play again. Gilland's brought his level up just as Dubois brought his down.
59.
These campaigns can be very up and down. We saw that last week in the Women's Week, how you can have obliterating performances, but if you
40.
time it badly
Chris, you require 150.
towards the end, you'll be left wanting. And that was a violent collision with the board for Revelino. I'm pretty sure that the flight came out of his dart before it even got to the destination.
90.
Dubois here could be out for the count. Gilland 60 points away
60.
for a 4-2 win. It'd be
Chris,
his
you
4th
require
win of the
60.
day. And himself and Tom Sykes would be in a collision course in the final round of fixtures. Tots for the match.
Game
Tots
shot
for the
on
win.
the match,
It's 4
Chris
from 4
Gilland.
for Chris Gilland. And he and Tom Sykes will play in the penultimate match of the afternoon session, looking to complete the card on day one of Series A. He's beaten Revelino Dubois by 4 legs to 2. Dubois, who missed opportunities to go 3-0 and 3-1 in front in proceedings. Gilland reeling off 4 on the spin with an average of 91.73. 3 maximums in there, 4 from 11 on the doubles. And we now enter that final round of fixtures, that final lap for day one of a brand new series. Michael Burgoine and Bradley Roes will kick it off after this short break.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's 100 quid down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. starts to put his team into the final.
Game
And
shot
through
out
to the
of
final they go. Charlie Murphy
and
has hit the
Simon
match-winning dart
Jones.
on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out of the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out, that's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through, he gets
And
there.
he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've completed 4 rounds of fixtures on this Monday afternoon, and it's Tom Sykes and Chris Gilland that have set the standard alight, winning each of their first 4 matches. They're on a collision course in the penultimate match of the day's play. Martin Adams is playing the role of best of the rest, 2 wins from his 4 matches. Bradley Roes and Revelino Dubois with a solitary victory to their name, whilst Michael Burgoine is looking to get his first taste of success on the live lounge stage in Series A. He takes on Bradley Roes in the first game of the final round of matches on this Monday afternoon. Bradley, who we came in and gave him a bit of expectation in the build-up to the action today, but just that 1 win so far is a glaring disappointment for him. There was also signs in that last game against Tom Sykes of a little bit of dejection beginning to set in on his game. This a big match for him. If he can get to 4 points, he at least keeps himself an outside glimmer. If Michael Burgoine wins this match, he has got a massive mountain to climb. But for Burgoine, it's all about trying to get off the mark and get a win to end the day's play.
100.
That's absolutely what this is about. Because of his previous experience of losing 5 out of 5 on his first day, he does not want to feel like that again.
140.
But it's Bradley's responsibility to make him feel that way again. Strong start from Burgoine, though. 201.40. Sending an immediate message to Roes as if to say, if you think
60.
you're going to see me roll over and give you 2 points, think again. We're getting to the time of year, Henry, as well, where
59.
the conditions in this building, because they are as ideal as you'll find, but there is a little bit of a temperature hike at this point of the day where things just get a little bit warmer. And you've got to be okay with that.
Got to deal with all that comes in front of you, and that's in many different ways. And Burgoine has settled down the better of the 2 at the beginning of this match, and he's going to have a go at the 62 to take a 1-0 lead in this contest.
105. Michael,
That's
you're
better
at
from Bradley.
62.
Leave himself on a 2-darter, but he's going to get a go at it. 88.
I don't think he meant that. Look on the bright side. He didn't hit treble 9. And he's got it right.
First leg, Michael Burgoine.
Sometimes having the unexpected is a good thing, because you don't spend too much time thinking about how you got there.
Game on.
That'll feel awful for Bradley. He's thinking, you've made a mistake. You make one more, I'll take this leg away from you. He didn't even get a chance.
He must feel like Bradley's gone into a cage of a woodpecker.
96.
Who just keeps pecking at him and there's just no way out.
Sounds like someone who's had that experience yourself. I can't imagine it was a pleasurable thing.
100.
He has come up dry ever since game 1.
100.
And when you consider the fact that he beat Revelino 4-0, at that point he's thinking, today's going to be a good day. I'm going to walk away with more wins than losses.
119.
It really hasn't worked out that way. Since he lost to Gilland 4-1, that game has put him on a downward spiral that he's not been able to stop.
44.
It's been a very strange day for Roes. It's not something technical that's gone wrong. It's just the small margins of games that can incrementally build up and turn out to be one of the worst days you've had. Because if I may speak freely,
57.
this is probably going to feel right now
85.
like Bradley's worst day he's ever had in Portsmouth.
The key is not to let it fester, though. And we've been so commending of Bradley over his last
33.
couple of visits here at the live lounge, but we tend to find out more about a player when they're in a little bit of adversity as opposed
58.
to when things are going
Bradley
swimmingly
required
well. And so
52.
you'll be intrigued to see the reaction of Bradley, not just in this game, but throughout the course of tomorrow as he goes to double 16 to square this game up at 1 apiece. Now up for double 8.
Game
Eights
shot
are
on the
great
second
for
leg.
Brad.
Bradley
1-1.
Roes.
He's had 26 darts at a
Third
double
leg. It's Michael to throw first.
today so far.
Game on.
And if you look at what the norm is for someone in a daily campaign in Group A, that's well down on the norm.
182.
We're talking about a minimum of about 32. And that might be what he gets by the end of this one.
45.
But maybe he doesn't care. All he wants is the 4 hits from this contest. But Burgoine was 4 perfect there.
100.
Henry's already mentioned the fact that he's the person who's had that 9 hit against him here this season.
Yeah, the only one to be hit in 2024.
58.
Jared Cole responsible for that.
We're going to have to get him his own little highlights
96.
package.
Please don't. I've only just heard the end of the 160, let alone the 9 darter.
40.
Why is that
Michael,
happening
you require 125.
to a couple of these players today? And when we were in week 12, with the likes of Meulenkamp and the others, at the end of Series 7, because the benefit of
81.
these days, Henry, is that we get a lot of darts. We can establish patterns. But I'm starting to see more people have darts on the floor than ever before.
59.
It's got nothing to do
Michael,
with the
you
board.
require 44.
It's got everything to do with barrels against flights. Double 10.
Game shot on the third leg.
And the Burger Boy
Michael
is a
Burgoine.
2-1 lead here. And he could well be leaving with points if he can somehow find
Fourth
himself
leg.
in
It's
that
Bradley to
magical
throw first.
match-winning position
Game on.
over the next leg or two.
Well, Michael Burgoyne will be hoping to eat it up from here on in because the points will be good for him. If he can get himself on the board.
100.
And actually, if he could do the double here against Bradley, he'd move on to 4 points. He'd condemn Bradley Roes to just 2. And actually,
58.
if Dubois and Adams can share their mini battle, if we're looking at the race to Group B, he's very much in the mix.
100.
Michael himself's only had 26 darts at a double today. And if you consider the fact that you need to have a perfect day, 20 hits, how many do you think you need to get those 10 points, usually? Now, let's be conservative
96.
here. Let's not say 40, because how often do people have 50% for doubles for the day? It's quite rare. So if we say 50...
25.
I think that's fair. But we will talk about something in the next match, which is Gilland versus Sykes, which can prove
47.
how many doubles you might need to get the perfect day.
96. Bradley require 158.
So 158 for Bradley to square this contest up at 2 apiece.
I've got to ask that question again. Why? Why would you go 54-54 bull
76.
when your opponent's on 267? If he's trying to make something happen, I'll take your word for it, but that's just not the right thing to do.
$82. Bradley require 82.
I'm not even going to guess where he's going here. But he does utilise the textbook.
$42.
Leaving himself on tops after Burgoine's finished with this visit to square this game up at 2-2. Decided to stay there, trying to apply the scoreboard pressure upon the Dutchman.
40.
Let's see if he can take this, Tops. I might have figured out why he went that route for the 158, as he does go to 2-2. Think about it this way. So he's got 158. He hit treble 20, hit treble 20, and you split 19s going for that. You got 19, which is not a good position. If you go 54 and get it, and you leave 104, and you get an 18, he leaves 86. Then you can get another 54 to leave 32. Here comes a retraction. Well done, Bradley. I like the thinking. Not seen it before,
45.
but it makes sense when you think about it. And that makes him smarter than me.
57.
You learn something new every day, and it doesn't have to be against someone who's wiser or older than you. Sometimes the young players and the kids can teach you a thing or two.
96.
Professor Roes.
That might be the norm in the Netherlands. I wouldn't be surprised.
55.
They're so astute when it comes to the numbers and the tactics, maybe better than anybody on earth. Countrywide.
Well, they start counting from 502 out there.
60.
I mean, Jelle Klassen, I've spoken to him about it before here at the Super Series. Says Burgoyne hits a max to leave himself on 150. But he says, whatever happens at the end of the first scoring visit, it is then about getting himself to the finishing zone. Every single dart is calculated.
60.
That's the way it should be. It's not always been the case.
$83.
This game could well be a lot closer than people think. The timing of the throw for Roes has been off. And that's why he's missing that treble by a centimetre underneath.
100.
Until then.
Michael, you require 67.
To turn this game back in his favour, it's kind of swung one way and then another this particular contest.
27.
And he has said to
Bradley
Bradley
require
here that I don't
140.
fancy you for the 140, pal.
He was right. He took the calculated risk. I said that he could put himself in a match-winning
37.
position
38.
in the next
Michael,
couple
you
of legs.
require 40.
This is to do that. Double 5.
30. Bradley require 102.
But things could get very sticky in only a few seconds. Bad news for Burger Boy. It could be.
86. Michael, you require
Genuinely thought he was
10.
going to hit that. It was not far away.
Game shot on the
But
fifth
Michael
leg.
is 3-2
Michael
up,
Burgoine.
and his first match-winning opportunity will now present itself.
Meagre
Sixth leg. It's Bradley to
margins,
throw
and
first.
Michael is on the right
Game
side
on.
of it there. He's 3-2 to the good. Bradley Roes, maybe when he had that dart at double 16, was thinking he was going to throw to win the match. He now throws to save it. It's been a long, trying, testing day for this teenage Dutch
60.
start.
Darts is hard. And when you're constantly losing, it feels even harder. Don't look.
140.
Now you can look. Could have been worse. It's not a bad performance here from Burgoine.
108.
But maybe the shackles have just been snapped off.
Did you see the reaction of Bradley Roos there? He reacted to the man who's just stepped on a
83.
bee.
Barefoot.
Is there still a sting in this tail?
85.
First time today that Michael has had 3 legs against his name.
137.
He's done very well there. And that chance to win the match presents itself right now.
60. Michael, you require
His biggest finish of the day
141.
is 120. That would have been some way to finish your day for your first win on Monday. He might even get another chance. 62 it is, confirmed.
89. Bradley, you require
Now, in his own mind,
116.
he's saying, please give me a chance. Does he get one? That's an awful blocker. That's like throwing a hot air balloon in front of the bullseye. But he can't pop it.
So Burgoine for the match, 52.
60. Michael, you require 52.
To get over the line, to get his first win in proceedings, but he's missed the big number. He's going to have to spurn a dart at tops, which goes low.
32.
And Roos to take
Bradley
us all the
require
way
56.
to a deciding leg. 56, it may well be the target that Burgoine's just missed.
$36.
He can't take it either.
Michael, you require 20.
And the frustration starts to boil over. But does the Burger Boy get points on Monday?
Game shot.
Yes,
and
is the
match.
answer.
Michael
Because
Burgoine.
at first, if you don't succeed, you try again. And Burgoine gets over the line. He gets the better with Bradley Roos by 4 legs to 2. You can see the smile, you can see the relief. And a celebratory tap of the mascot. A 4-2 win for Michael Burgoine against Bradley Roos. That the tail of the tape from that one. Coming up next is Gilland against Sykes.
We're just bringing the
John,
heat on
second
Monday
leg.
morning here.
Chris
We're
Gilland.
just getting it up to temperature.
And that's awkward. It may well be ball. It is ball. Oh, that's spectacular.
on the first
And he's got
leg.
ball for doing it as
Topside.
well. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Michael Burgoine got the better of Bradley Roes by 4 legs to 2. And now the penultimate match of the day. We'll see who is going to complete the card, who is going to be unbeaten on day one, as Tom Sykes and Chris Gilland collide on the oche. For Sykes, well, it's not a surprise to see him in this position. Former grand finalist back in Series 6, lost out to Scott Taylor 4-1 on that particular occasion. Up against Chris Gilland, a man for whom we know what to expect from him in terms of quality. He has harbored it on a consistent basis. At times had to dodge 1 or 2. But 4 from 4 he is. And perhaps crucially as well, he has the darts in this contest. The winner will be top of the table overnight. They'll have a 2-point lead.
83.
And it'll be intriguing to see how this one plays out.
$140.
I'll be fascinated to see who's the winner of the 2 matches they will play. One today, one tomorrow morning, and then going into round 2 on Tuesday.
140.
They will battle against the rest of the crop to see who's top at the end of moving day. But
60.
looking at what we've seen today, it's this fixture that reminds me of a Beatles song. Strawberry Blondes Forever. Because the 2 Strawberry Blondes have been the best players today.
125. $100.
I suppose we've got to ask the question, haven't we? I wonder if anybody in our YouTube chat has got an idea. Who's the best red-headed player of all time?
99.
I've got an idea.
I know exactly what you're doing here.
41.
I know your mind
Issue
better than
required
you
54.
think. This for the first leg. Tops. Double 10.
Oh, it's not
Games
tops this
on the
time.
First leg, Chris
But
Gilland.
10s does give him that first leg. 16 from 37
leg,
on the
it's Tom to
doubles
throw
before
first.
this leg.
Game on.
And considering that they'd both won 16 legs for the day coming into this match,
125.
it was Gilland who had converted in 13 less darts at double. And that makes him the best player of the day for me, because he's been more efficient in that department.
180.
Yeah, 16 from 50 for Tom
100.
Sykes. It's not terrible, but it's less than 33%. And any aspiring player, they must be over that 1 in every 3 mark, in my opinion.
81.
So come on, Henry. Strawberry blonde players.
Michael Van Gogh, when he came through, had the spiky ginger hair.
140.
Very good point. If you can think of someone better than him, then good luck.
140.
On 36 for Sykes to level this contest up at 1 apiece. Not to go, not to be. Gilland has left himself on a ton after 9 darts against the throw. And he's going to have to take it because Sykes has left himself tops.
Now what's he going to do now? 2 double tops? I suppose he had to.
60.
That blew flighting away.
Require 40.
To level this contest up. Double 10. Up for 5s. Big dart, big find. Otherwise, Gilland was coming back for a 2-0 lead. Sykes levels this contest up. And this is going to be a contest which you sense will be decided on fine margins.
I've not seen a great deal of bagel action today. We had 2 in the first
59.
round. A win for Sykes over Burgoine, 4-0. And Roes beating Dubois
57.
by 4-0 feels like an eternity ago. He's walking away from the day with 2 points, just like Michael Burgoine. These guys are going to be in a fabulous position going into Tuesday, come what may.
We've had an excellent answer in the chat room. Lisa Ashton won world titles 59. With red hair. Of course.
And yes, Peter Wright has had red dye in his hair for winning titles.
UK Open.
Which colour hasn't he had?
59.
I think there might be a lot of ginger-haired players
60.
who have somewhat covered it up for whatever reason. He's not happy with those two.
25.
In fact, he's not happy with all three. As Gilland looks like he's just losing a little bit of energy here. Doing the Group A campaign, prospectively, another group after that and Saturday is tough. But these two have done it all before.
Experienced
99.
campaigners.
We've had another couple of suggestions in our chat. Cameron Menzies. He's been some pretty good stuff at the minute.
Gritty require 164.
As is Matt Campbell, the new North American champion. And don't forget, at the end of 2021, Matt Campbell was remarkable when he played with us. He won 2 consecutive weeks.
98.
He won the final week of qualifying in Southampton. And he also won a Champions Week when we had our smaller rotational circuit. Oh, that's
140.
Look at that 140.
Gritty requires 66.
And that was a case of needs must as well. Gilland here 66. It's only going to be the solitary dart at tops.
Oh, and he almost gets a hurdle as well. That's what we call a hurdle
20.
shot. 14 to 12 to 20s. He can't finish on the double. And Sykes can to get the break of throw.
Tom Sykes.
How crucial a passage of play could that be? Gilland missing a dart at tots. Sykes pinning the double 10 to break. He moves 2-1 to the good, and he moves into the ascendancy in this match.
How is he doing this?
100.
This dart seems to be part of his arsenal. When it's low of that treble 20, he has an ability to get it past the dart.
125.
We're going to have to talk to him about this at some point this week. Here he goes again. How does he do it?
100.
There are certain players who have done that masterfully over the years. And the two that come to mind, one is Luke Humphries, the current world champion. The other one is Tony O'Shea. Their ability to do
45.
that was something they have employed over many seasons. And it's got to do with flight clearance, obviously.
58.
Because when he's just a little bit lower, he doesn't do it.
How much of it as well could be muscle memory from that position?
Maybe part of it. But you have to understand that that segment can't be hit with certain darts in the way. But if it's just a tiny bit underneath, obviously he can.
And when the first one's perfect like that, you expect
140.
bedfellows, and that was almost filled up for Sykes. But he's hoping to lap it up here and move into a 3-1 lead. He's left himself 103. He's had a couple of toppers today, the 1-2-1 and the 120 on the bull. Double 17. Recovers well. Double 16.
87.
Just a whisker wide, but he is going to return.
This one could be getting away from the Northern Irishman.
57.
Let's find out if he's got to win the last 3 legs.
16.
Seismic moments. in this match and in this day. Sykes is up to the task of double 8. He moves 3-1 to the good and is a leg away now from completing the card and having the perfect first day of a brand new series.
We've had a question in our chat, Henry. Which darts player, deceased or retired, would you want to see playing in the Modus Super Series? Easy question.
140.
Jockey Wilson. Unquestionably.
You have read my mind.
I don't know what would be better, watching him on the stage or watching him in the practice room.
$96.
Could you imagine him and Eric playing here at the Super Series?
Oh, they'll be playing a heavenly game up there right now. Tommy Cox as tournament director up there.
100.
Couple of refs up there, and Freddie Williams and Bruce Spendley. Jockey and Eric. There's some heavenly darts being thrown up there right now, that's for sure. Can Sykes get this for one win? If he does, he can take his leg difference
100
to plus 14 for the day and reduce Gilland to plus 5.
96. Chris, you require 158.
Getting to the point where he needs to hit shots like this. Things are getting drastic. Double 19.
120.
Sensational effort.
Tom, you require
But it could be the game
127.
set and the match for the day for Tom Sykes if he can find 57 and bolt.
The bullseye to complete the card on the opening day. Tom Sykes is the man to beat at the beginning of Series 8. He gets the better of Chris Gilland by 4 legs to 1, completing the card with the 1-2-7 and game. And it is match point for Tom Sykes. He gets the better of Chris Gilland by 4 legs to 1, a 91.36 average. 4 from 7 on the doubles. He gets the better of Chris Gilland. It is he who completes the card. Coming up after the break, it's a jostle for position as Martin Adams takes on Revelino Dubois.
Final match of Monday then. And what better way could we do it than having someone who's on debut against one of the players who has played the most here in Portsmouth since we came here on September 3rd, 2022. He's still here, he's still fighting, and he still wants that elusive weekly title. However, after a day that's only yielded 4 points from a possible 8,
First
Adams
leg,
needs
it's
a
Martin
win
to throw first.
to stay in touch with
Game
the top
on.
2. If he gets it, he will reduce Dubois' debut ambitions, and he will walk away with only 2 points on his debut day. He's not been too bad. In fact, in my
43.
opinion, Henry, he's been a bit better than I thought he was going to be.
Yeah, he's definitely exceeded expectations as the Dutchman on day one, and I think he'll be, even though the points tally may not be representative of it, I think he'll be
60.
pleased enough with some of the performances, particularly at the top end of the day that he put in. He'd probably feel as well as if there was a couple of points left out there as well, but what an opportunity this is for him. He's only picked up a dart a couple of years ago,
95.
and he's now playing a 3-time world champion, Martin Adams, in front of the cameras, in front of the lights. Now, what an opportunity this is for him.
100.
There are many people out there who haven't played Martin Adams before as well. There are some people,
87.
and take it from someone who knows, that you will never get the opportunity to play against. We've just been talking in the last match about people who are no longer with us. I never had the chance to meet Jockey.
58.
Never mind play against him. Never played against Eric on the Oki at an exhibition or otherwise. But there are people out there in World Darts who have never played Martin Adams.
85.
Revelino is doing it right now. This is not just a Monday afternoon game. This could be someone playing against a player that
60.
he never thought he would ever play.
And luckily for you, 4 years ago, you did play Martin Adams and beat Martin Adams.
Yeah, I played Martin a few times. In fact, taking the cover off this place a little bit, when we were setting this place
41.
up, we had some test matches. It was myself and Corinne Hammond, Mark Webster, and Martin. We were all here having
123.
test matches in front of the
Martin, you require
cameras to make sure that everything
150.
worked. And me and Martin had a pretty good game. He beat me, of course, 4-3. But they were good times, making sure that this place was ready
45.
for the next stage of the Modus
Revelino,
Super
you
Series.
require 100.
Endless amounts of pizza. Tops.
60. Martin, you require 105.
Not to be. So Adams looking at the 105 to take out the opening leg. Trouble 15 tops. Not to be. And so Dubois will come back for tops to take out the opening leg
39.
against Fro.
Revelino, you require 40.
I think this is the best double on the board for him. And every time he's gone for double 10 today, I feared
30. Martin,
that he
you
was going to
require
miss it left.
66.
And most of the time he has.
Route 66 towards success for Adams. Ka-chow,
On the
yes it
first
does.
leg, Martin Adams.
1-0 to Wolfie.
66 the sexy way.
Second leg, it's Revelino to throw first.
You know,
Game
Phil
on.
Taylor used to do that way, and everybody thought it was just a little bit of showmanship. It's all about what you want to leave.
100.
If you like double 8, if you like double 16, bull first is not the worst to play. We're getting more people in the live chat saying that the throw of Dubois
60.
reminds me of Yella Clarkson. I saw it immediately this morning. It really does remind me of the 2006 Lakeside champion.
100.
And it would be the year after where Martin Adams would pick up his first Lakeside crown, get the better of Phil Nixon in one of the most memorable finals that you will ever see or ever watch.
Absolutely. Yeah, Nixie no longer with us. Hasn't
140.
been for some time now. In fact, today is a poignant day in darts because
96.
a couple of people was sadly lost on this day in darting history. Freddie Williams, the famous referee from the 80s, 90s and noughties. He sadly passed on this day. As did Nicky Verashkel, very famous Native American dart player who played fabulously in the 70s and 80s.
80.
You know, we were talking about games that you'd never had. I've never played Bob Anderson.
140. Revelino, you require 125.
I'm probably going to have to put that right. But can Revelino put this right?
105.
He almost did.
Martin, you require 61.
The only issue is there's a lot of pulls on doubles now for Revelino. Martin looking at 61 for a 2-0 lead. And he's going to have a dart at double 16 to do exactly that. For the break as well, in the space of 15. It is such a quintessential Martin Adams leg.
Third leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
He might not put in those obliterating numbers that he did. Let's say up until a year ago.
41.
He would admit that he's maybe not the player that he once was. But he can still beat people down. And do it with consummate ease. Because he doesn't expel a lot of energy when he plays darts. Doesn't celebrate, doesn't tell himself off. Doesn't use up mental bandwidth that he doesn't need to. He's like a blunt axe on a thin tree.
96.
He's not going to chop it down immediately, but he'll get you eventually.
Well, this commentary
60.
has taken a very sinister turn. Must be near the end of the day. Just stay away from axes on the way out.
I think I was watching a documentary yesterday about Hamish McInnes, a famous climber. I think it's rubbed off on me.
55.
Oh, this is good. It's splendid.
180.
Now, had he been on 309, he would have gone 19s with the last dart. And a lot of people would think that Martin should have gone 19s with the first dart from 309, but
41.
plays the game his own way.
Revelino, you require 161.
So 6-1, 6-1 for Revelino Dubois to bring it back to 2-1. It would ensure the break would be ensued 2.
82.
Good last dart to leave himself on a 2-darter.
79 was a very good year
55.
for John Law.
Revelino, you
The
require
year he won his first world
79.
title. And he's gone the Martin Adams way. In fact, he's gone the
47.
Martin Adams way twice there. Because he left 66 and went for the bull. So maybe Revelino's just a little bit impressionable. Whatever Martin tries to do with his finishes, if Revelino's got it left, he's going to try it himself.
95.
Which is fair enough.
Revelino, you require
It's a three-time
32.
world champion. This is for leg 3. This is awkward.
No score.
You just never sensed after dart
Martin, you
2 the
require
third was going to go.
118.
Oh no. I'm not even sure he saw that dart go in. I think he heard it go in.
98.
He almost heard all 3 go in.
Revelino, you require 32.
This corner of the board
Game shot on the
could
third leg.
prove difficult
Revelino
for him because
Dubois.
of the way his darts stand up. But he does find his first leg of the contest.
Fourth leg. It's Revelino to throw first.
You know, his
Game
name almost reminds me of a chocolate sweet that Ned Flanders would have. A Revelino.
$83.
Welcome to No Context Paul Nicholson.
It's a great name though, isn't it? I've never heard it before.
83.
For human or for the chocolate bar?
I'm just a big fan of new players, new names, new ideas.
78.
You wake up in the morning and you think, I want to see something new today. I want to experience something new. I've never met anybody called Revelino. It's a great name.
So it's a revelation that you met someone called Revelino.
Yeah, there's a lot of people in our chat saying his nickname should be the Revelation.
100.
If he wins this week, I'm sure he'll take it on. He's going to be a handful for some people this week. What we saw last week from Women's Week was Rhiannon O'Sullivan not having the greatest Monday.
125.
She didn't have a great Tuesday, but she said on Tuesday morning that she felt more comfortable.
77.
I get the feeling that if Dubois feels more comfortable tomorrow, he'll cause more problems for this field.
Well, put it this way. The last two winners of a week here at the Super Series have come from Group C. Darius Labanauskas recently won a week from Group C.
Revelino, you require
Those players dropping out of Group A. It's not where you start in a campaign, it's where you end up. Dubois hoping to end up on the ball. He's not going to do so. So Adams back for 53 for the break of throw, a 3-1 lead, and then he'll be third for the match. Tots for Adams. In it goes. And it's another 15 darter for the three-time world champ. He leads 3-1. He now throws to the match.
Fifth flag. It's Martin
solid.
to throw first. Game on.
Without being that spectacular. Winning games here is not easy. But even when he's not playing his best darts, he's now one leg away from winning more than
28.
he loses. There have been times in his career where he's been so much better than anybody in the building. But he's at a time in his life now where he just wants to be competitive, still. And he was saying to you earlier, Henry, things have not been easy for him lately.
140.
In his personal life, things have been tough. And I've got this inkling that darts is what keeps him going.
46.
I think if he stopped playing, I think Martin would struggle. I think darts gives him purpose. So as long as we're here, Martin, we will welcome you with open arms.
How many times do you
85.
see in other sports where sometimes just, whether it's tennis getting to the practice court or in athletics getting to the running track, it's
108.
blind 180. Oh, that was revelatory, Revelino. Well, that came from nowhere.
100.
Really did.
Couldn't see it coming.
I think he's the only player in this group. Not again.
100.
Yeah, he's got ability because he's just hit 6 treble 20s in a row.
Martin, you require 148.
The shackles are definitely off now. And the game isn't off yet.
45.
Well, this is taking a bit of a turn in the last 6 darts, isn't it? He's left himself on double 16 again. And because he's missed it twice, he might lose this last match of the day.
Martin, you require 103.
Because you would have back against Adams taking out the 103. This for the match. This for win number 3. It's going to be one dart in his hand, a double 16.
71.
And that would have completed the job.
Revelino, you require 32.
In a leg where he got 2 maximums.
24.
He's missed multiple chances
Martin,
to get it in the bank.
32.
And he's just handed Adams on a plate 32 points and 2 more points.
And the match.
And Adams is over the line. It's 3 wins from 5 for the 3-time world champion. He gets the better Revelino Dubois by 4 legs to 1. There's a lot that he can take away from today. Revelino, he's played some good stuff in patches. He's treated us to some entertaining moments. Martin Adams, forever the gentleman, allowing Revy to revel in the moment he first off the stage. So that's the tale of the tape from our final game of the first day's play here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Adams finds himself third. Chris Gilland is in second position, having won 4 from 5 on the opening day. But the man to beat has been Tom Sykes. He was impeccable. He was perfect, was the Yorkshireman. He's won all 5, and we're going to be catching up with him after this short break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the first day of Series 8 has been completed. It's been completed with a card-topping performance from Tom Sykes. Tom, many congratulations. Good first day's work. What would be your overall assessment of it?
Yeah, I don't think I played that bad today. But 5 wins out of 5, you can't complain, can you?
Interesting to get the mindset, the mentality of you, because we've seen you come here as an ADC qualifier, do well, but it feels like now when you come here, there's a real expectation, particularly from us as pundits and commentators, and I get the sense of in yourself there's a lot of expectation now.
Yeah, I feel like I'm playing well enough to have that expectation on my shoulders as well, but I just go up there and I try and relax, and if they go, they go, if they don't, they don't, but thankfully today they did, so.
Does it feel different playing in week 1 compared to playing in the second half of a series? Is the atmosphere different in the practice room? Is it different on the stage?
Yeah, it's a bit different, but I know a couple of the lads that are in there anyway, so it's made it easy again for me to be in there and have a laugh with everyone. So yeah, it's been good.
How important is the experience that you gained, particularly in some games today, where you didn't exactly have it all your own way at times, but you managed to carve out wins?
Yeah, people. I was troubled all day today. To be fair, Martin Adams should have. I'd 3-0 up and I got it back to 3-2, and I tried my hardest to give it away, but I seem to be doing the right things at the right minutes. So
one finish as well that's starting to follow you around is this business with the 120 with the 2 bullseyes. Now I've said on commentary today that if you do that one more time this week, you don't necessarily have a nickname that follows you around on the back of your shirt yet, but you might get something because of this shot. And this is twice now you've done this. So is this becoming a bit of a calling card of yours?
Yeah, I've always been pretty decent at it in bullseye anyway, but I never... Normally if I block it, I try and go around it, but for some reason I just seem to go for bullseye when I want 120, and I don't know why I do it, but I do.
You do realise you put pressure on yourself when you do the bullseye challenge this week?
Yeah, I know, yeah. I did exactly the same last time as well, and I failed miserably at bullseye challenge last time, so hopefully I can do a bit better this time.
Now, you've seen you have good Group A campaigns in your Super Series career. How would this compare to some of the other starts to weeks that you had? Because traditionally, actually, you do get off to really good starts when you play the whole quota.
Yeah, normally I start very well, and then it starts going downhill a bit from there. But hopefully I can carry on tomorrow and play a bit more better than I have today. So we'll see what happens.
Well, obviously, if you do win Group A over the next couple of days, which will be your primary goal, you know this town maybe better than most now because you spend so much time here. What kind of things would you want to do if you had a couple of days off?
Well, I won't be staying in my hotel room like I did last time, that's for sure. I'll probably just go out and have a practice, maybe nice weather, so I might try and get a sunburn somewhere. Or a beach probably, but just mainly practice and keep my arm going for finals if I get there.
Well, we'll have another chat with you in just a second, Tom, but myself and Paul are going to assess what we have seen today generally. These are the results from the 15 matches. Now, it was kind of that game 14, Paul, wasn't it? Chris and Tom were on a collision course in that 14th game, and as far as Chris Gilland is concerned, he could be really happy with his first day's performance.
Yeah, I think so. Chris was very good on the doubles at times. We were talking in game 14 about how Tom needed 13 more darts at a double to get the same amount of hits as Chris. But what we neglected to talk about at that point was just how much more healthy his leg difference was compared to Chris's. And because of that 4-1 victory now, he's got a massive gap between himself and Gilland in the leg difference column with 2 extra points. It's definitely looking like a 2-horse race at this point, but Adams getting that last win has just allowed him to claw his way into the reckoning if he has a good start tomorrow.
Well, let's have a look at the table and summarise what we've seen today. Tom Sykes, a very happy man, on 10 points at the top of the pile. But as you mentioned, very uniform, that top 3. But I get the sense that Bradley Roes will be very disappointed with day 1.
He'll be devastated because at the start we were talking about how much value he was at 12-1 to win the week. And I stand by our words. But after winning his first game 4-0, he'll be gutted that he's walked away with 4 consecutive defeats. He needs to get back on the winning train quickly, otherwise this week could not be his.
As far as you're concerned, Tom, what's the overnight looking like? Is it just a case of chilling, relaxing, then go full tilt again tomorrow?
Yeah, that's basically it. I might go for a meal tonight maybe and just chill out and yeah, same again tomorrow hopefully.
I think it's a well-deserved meal on the basis of today's play. Tom, many congratulations. Paul, thank you for your company today. We'll see you tomorrow, 9:30 on the Super Series YouTube channel to see whether Tom Sykes can keep up that 100% record as far as Group A is concerned. And as far as day 1 in Series 8 is concerned, well, it's the Castleford Tiger that tops the lot.
Oh, what's that?